OK， 好啦，我们今天的直播开始啦。对，那今天先来讲一下刚刚开场前它有显示昨天的那个 standing。那目前8-0的只有一位，就是 Jam Davis， 对，也是那个以前 SCG 的常客啦，算是我们都还蛮喜欢的一个很强力的牌手。那他自己的部落格我也是有在看的，所以Jam Davis 很强。那平常也有在 Twitch 直播。那剩下的几位比较特别的话比较知名的选手的话，就是7-1的 Nathan， 那6-2的有蛮多人的，包含巴斯冈啊，对，然后那个 Lava Man 啊，蛮有名的。然后一些比较特别的话，就是我们台湾的3位选手呢，只剩下永明的4-4，那剩下另外2位是2-6跟2-5就出局了。对，然后几个比较特别要说的话，我们昨天的恐龙哥，恐龙哥现在是4-4，也就是说他除了轮抽之外，标准只有赢了1把。那还有比较特别的话，上次 PT 的那个亚军，就是那个笑脸很浮夸的那位，也是2-5出局了，对，也没有 Day 2打。那一些比较特别的几位选手大概就是这样子吧。对，剩下蛮多就是什么，我记得黄帽子也是5-3吧，然后 LSV 这次打得不错，6-2的样子，对，所以搞不好不会上主播台，我们的神秘嘉宾搞不好会换人，对，还是昨天神秘嘉宾已经出场了，我也不是很清楚，对，然后刚预告的时候那个爱子培的口手超正的，对，我们的恐龙哥最后只有4-4而已，有点可惜啊。Reduke 也是6-2， Reduke 也是6-2。秋天姐好像也是5-3的样子吧？对，那巴斯冈，对。这是一些我们昨天没有看到的标准，这是最后跟 June Davis 的对打，对，太猛啦 ！June Davis 全胜，唯一一位全胜的，但他今天只要赢4把，对，他今天只要赢4把就会进8强了，对。
Look at our headlines, everybody. Today, 156 players
return
for day 2 draft. We started the tournament with 252, down to now 100.
Davis and the Sevens. 对。
Is Jim Davis, the lone player on 8-0, and the rest of the 7-1s.
声音点。
Draft due to deliver. Everybody has loved this draft format so much so far, and I'm sure we only have more awesomeness.
对 ，Reduke 只输了2把轮抽的样子。来，我们来看一下，应该如果我没记错的话，没错 ，Jane Davis 是8-0，然后一些比较知名的 Nathan 嘛7-1，对，然后Shuta Yasuoka 巴斯冈6-2，然后 Lava Man 6-2，
But the 6-2s, no slouches. Pro Tour champion Eli Loveman, Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka over there, waiting to try to get back to those top spots.
剩下几个就没有特别知名的选手吧。对， 对，来，然后 Seth Matfield 6-2，LSV 6-2，对。奇怪 ，Reduke 还在下一页吗？还是我记错了？因为我记得我刚刚有看到 Reduke， 还是我记错了，好像还是5-3而已。没关系，我们等下就会看到了。对。
Yeah, we've got some huge names at the top of our leaderboard here in this tournament, and we are kicking things off.
他没有给我们继续的选项。好吧，那应该是5-3吧，还是5-2-1？对。 因为这一次和局的人蛮多的，比上次多，蛮意外的。说实在，蛮意外的，因为你要知道这是一个抢36分的赛制，你和局了就跟输了没什么两样。对，所以应该上去打 PT 人都应该要知道这一点。所以这一次比上次多超多和局，看起来是超级不合理的。对。
Blue Red Convoke too, but one that's done very well this weekend, which is a little bit surprising to me, especially coming in for prep of this tournament, is the white black Phyrexian strategy. We'll see here in just a moment. This deck, I think one could argue actually, Monty.
对，你看这些那个 draft archetype 都没有用，就是反正我就拿2只恐龙，然后12揍人。对，哎，这是昨天的30套牌。 对，5个白蓝，4个黑白，4个红黑，3个白绿。对，你看白色还是很强势啊，白色真的是很强势的颜色。对。真的就是不知道打什么进白，这个系列的白真的太强了。 对，然后有一个纯红是没有想到这件事情。对，对，那这就是1到8的轮抽吧。对，剩下都是7-1的样子。对，那就看我们这一次June Davis 他会。 打得怎么样？对。
After the excitement of that dies down, it's a little unfortunate because only one player can walk away from this table with a 3-0 record, which means they're fighting each other to try to get out of this pod.
这一桌是极致血腥组合哦。Part 1最刺激了。哦，所以我们没有要看 June Davis， 我们看的是 Nathan。 嘛 ，Nathan 也是很强的玩家啦，所以看 Nathan 我也是没什么意见的。对，只是我有点意外，他居然没有就是一路追着顶点。Not just us, though, bringing you all of the action here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. We've got a fantastic broadcast team lined up to bring you all of the action from the feature match area. Check it out. We've got Paul Gianna, Marshall Sutcliffe, as well as Ailey Loney and Corey. 哎，你看，他们把那个特别来宾给取消了，是因为 LSB 打到6-2了，没有办法上主播台吗？笑死！ LSB 我西装都准备好了。对。
And we're going to be watching Nathan Stoyer draft. Again, he's kind of going for history. I mean, you know, this type of run doesn't come together very often where people can string together the highest level events. Potentially 3 in a row here for Nathan. Yeah, so this draft has a lot. This is interestingly one of the highest stakes drafts we've ever covered.
Yeah. I mean, and we saw the pod too. It's just absolutely stacked. But just the run that Nathan is on right now, it is incredible. Only a handful of players have been kind of on a heater like this in the history of Magic. I mean, we're talking about players like Kai, LSV, Finkel, and Nathan continuously just putting himself in position to top 8 every single event.
Yeah, we wanted to cover this draft this morning because
能够理解他们为什么会看Nathan的原因啦。Nathan 大概是解封这几期、这几年最强的玩家了。
Don't forget about our champ here. Nathan Stoyer is very much in the mix here with an amazing day 2 performance. Again, those are the types of performances where you only get one loss. You don't get that many in your whole career. You know, you go talk to the
又来到了 Pro 拆卡包装卡套环节。
Okay, so let's get into the draft here, though. As you can see, the players are now preparing, and there's a little bit of a wrinkle because of the double face cards in this set, Paul. Two things are going to happen right now. First one, well, I guess technically the first one is they're going to count 15 cards, but the first one is they're going to show what double face cards they got to the table.
Exactly. So the way that this is going to work is you count out your 15 cards. Every
先
pack
数
will
15
have
张
a couple of double face cards. You're going to get those double face cards and then show that to the rest of the table. Once the rest of the table has enough time to
看一
process
下
what those
Nathan，
cards were,
哇
then
哦
we're going to go ahead and sleeve those.
哇
Oh,
哦
there's an Elishnorn for Nathan Stoyer. And
哇哦，艾雷农轻轻松松。转播画面的话，因为版权的关系，请自己下面连结按进去看哈。我们这边没有办法播，不然会被YouTube ban。
Because if you see somebody open something like an Elishnorn, you know that look, I probably don't want to be a white drafter.
我看不到 June Davis 拿了什么。
The people who are going to take the most note are the people to Nathan's left. That is who he's going to be passing to for all of Pack 1 and all of Pack 3. And generally speaking, it's highly disadvantageous to try to be in a color that a person to your right is in.
Yeah, absolutely. And also one of those things too where white is generally one of
不知
the
道
colors
有不
that's
进白的
considered
选项吗？
among the strongest colors. Oftentimes when you ask people what are the two worst colors,
我想看那个
usually it's white and red. So
Nathan
if you
下
already
家
see somebody open a very good white rare,
，Nathan 下家是哪一
you're
位
like,？okay, you know what? That's fine. I'm just gonna
哦，是
avoid
那
white
个
and
脸上有
draft
字
the
的
other
那
colors.
位年轻人。
Interestingly, the people that Nathan passes to also will have a bit of extra information, right? Like, hey, I noticed that Elishnorn over there. Hey, it's not in the pack anymore, right?
Right.
It's not often that you get to actually know what your neighbors first picked. But in a double face card format, in the interest of fairness, this is how it has to be done. Now, the other thing that's happening here is that the players
虽然这样讲有点奇怪，但是人家都是面朝下套卡套。 Nathan， 你是面朝上看套卡套，你已经看过一轮，看过一轮卡包内容了，这样是不是有点不太公平啊？这样是不是有点怪啊？虽然我知道你第一包应该是没什么好想的。
You can see our Judge Kevin is just double checking.
哦，今天的焦点桌就不是王恒了。
Hence revealing double face cards, hence sleeving, and hence Kevin double checking everybody, and off we go.
瑞度标准拿什么？我唔知，我冇看啊。我去困啊。哎。对。
Okay, he did find an artistic
OK， 找到阿卡，然后拿下艾雷农。
Yeah, and he immediately does put the three most powerful cards up in the front there. You see the Elishnorn there. You see the artistic refusal and the Streetwise Brawler. All the Brawler is just a 2-mana 3/3. Very, very solid offensive creature. But I mean, Elishnorn,
10 seconds.
Really hard to just not go ahead and just take that mythic rare, and then also just kind of plant your feet. You go, hey, this is the card that I'm going to first pick. Most people think I'm going to take this, and that just means, look, if we play kind of friendly, we can both kind of. Where you want to be is a position where you are drafting not the same colors as the people around you.
伤无尽境，
Both of you the best chances to succeed.
可以让你换血，可以让你抚育。来看一下哦。阿卡是Convoke44人，不错。然后传记那个结界也不错，抚育10。 哦，这两个都很不错。这是什么？ 哇哦！可是有没有要这么快就决定进黑呢？对，虽然说走艾雷农好像没什么理由不进，对，好像没什么理由不进黑白抚育啦。对。对
We're already working on the synergies here. One thing to note, by the way, is yesterday white-black had the second most trophies.
那剩下这边就是开始去找抚育仔，连级人减4都很不错。
Is pulled to the front right now, but already this pack looks kind of medium compared to what he's seen.
This is a very, very weak pack. There's really nothing in here.
黑白蛋，没错，黑白蛋强。
The Rampaging Geoderm is the most powerful card in the pack, but it's not something worth abandoning your first 2 picks over.
Right.
So.
I guess
哇哦！
He's just taking power right now.
他这边就是我就拿强牌，我就是拿强牌，然后嘛，毕竟白料看起来上家没有特别穿几个强的，对，红白传奇。可是这个红是要相对的重。
Under the gateway, there's a Jero and Hazaret there as well.
10 seconds. I would not be happy third. Wow. These are some fairly weak picks. Is he just going to go?
拿了吧，这边这个红白拉没有吗？没有考虑一下红白绿，然后拉黑色菲瑞克夏人姐姐。哦，不行，这样好像有点太疯狂了。可是我觉得那个红绿传出去还是没什么问题的啦。对啊，这边吊牌抚育3跟翻面人都挺不错的。对，那抚育的话应该会更好一点，毕竟是打黑白蛋主题嘛。对。拿强牌就对了。不知道可是艾雷农那么强，基本上是不太可能考虑放掉艾雷农的。对，上家要撞我们就撞烂啊，来啊，对不对？我有艾雷农啊，你有什么？对，小狐狸。对。没错，狐狸也是菲瑞克西亚人。他已经慢慢他已经从东京树来到台中了，之后就要坐船来台南了。对，这边乱凑这样。哇哦，3点叫22飞其实挺不错的，可是他不是菲瑞克西亚人。好，继续怒拿。就把它当一只熊在用，对，感觉上家还有打白，无所谓啊，无所谓啊，对，这个就是单纯的扣牌了吗？还是他会去走？这个东西没什么，这么早，这么早 pick 哦，因为他基本上也不太可能去走 convoke 了。没有，我才没有在偷凑。对，哦，黑白牺牲，这个好牌。对，没错，这也是可以，我就选菲瑞克西亚，然后就整排都会变大，这个挺不错的。难道他有混 token 的打算吗？不太可能吧。对，这两个都差不多。3-5是菲瑞克西亚人啦，是可以考虑。对，那不太，他目前是没有特别强的 battle。传回来了，这个1点的仔，这个拿来吃也是挺不错的。不拿吗？ 完全不考虑，居然不考虑拿那个。黑白战役可以传承回来的，黑白战役是2换1啊。
Reinforcements and everything else is either black, white, or black and white.
That is a late Cryptomancer.
Wow,
that is surprising to me.
Still in the pack.
I've been so, in the beginning of the set, I thought, okay, well maybe this.
那个蓝色的可以这样子传哦，是不是有点太浮夸啦
？Card's really good.
The removal is excellent. Everybody's going to have 4 or 5 premium removal spells. This counters it, and then just having.
这是占卜山吗？哦，不是，这是通怪那一只。
Really just added a lot of value to me over time as I've been drafting the cards.
可以吧？2点那个就是一只熊啊，说实在的。他2点辅2，然后翻过来就是当只熊在用。对。然后看看还有没有什么特别的东西。再怎样都是去除。也许吧。对。
You can see some direction forming for his deck here, but he's going to need a lot of help.
他是真的有考虑混红的选项哎。他有那个3脉 cycle， 然后再加上2点 token。真的吗？真的吗？这个真的有好到可以混吗？
The good news is this format is very deep.
上家其实没什么理由去撞白，因为艾雷农是大家都知道的情报，然后黑白结界是上家传下来的，所以你说上家去撞白吗？有可能吗？我是觉得可能性不高啦，因为黑白结界这样，黑白结界最后传回来了，所以我觉得上家撞至少不会撞到黑白。那黑的可能性还比白高一点吧。再来就是绿色料几乎没有，所以我觉得上家打绿的可能性比较高啊。那绿色料，你看豆、妈头或者是什么 token 之类的，什么都没有。就是白绿 counter 那边的料几乎是没有传过来的，对，所以我觉得上家应该是打绿吧。对，来看一下有什么特别的。哦，有西欧蕊。对。白绿有可能是白绿，但是哦，还有太菲利，对 ，Jim Davis， 哇哦，对，我可能不见得是白绿，因为那个 backup 的飞兵最后还是传回来了，所以有可能不是白，有可能不是白绿，对。有太菲利，有西欧蕊，哇，这个第2包妈的看起来超强。对。
New Phyrexia.
I even said new. I'm so.
Old Phyrexia.
Where's my confidence? You know. Okay, and once again, the players are going to be sleeving up, so we get just a little minute here.
不知道啦，绿应该是绿底啦啊。至于拉什么色不好说，搞不好什么色都有拉也说不定。对啊，搞不好就开个恐龙，对不对？
He committed a bit to the black white, but like where could he have gone? The only thing
I can see blue white. I can see blue white, right?
我开始好奇 Jim Davis 第1包拿什么了，因为这边开的太菲利，只要沾到一色都会进吧。然后西欧蕊那边应该也是，应该就是靠着密西走了。对啊。 这边只要清到一色都可以进。又亚吹下没有啊？没有亚吹下。我是说恐龙那个12，不是亚吹下，亚吹下什么垃圾，对不对？
As we know, draft and Magic in general is a game of information, and you have to make that.
来看一下阿卡是什么？
Looks like
怎么正反差？
here, yeah, for Nathan, which is not black or white, and also not very good.
哎，
Yeah, well,
是我没有看到阿卡吗？
here for Nathan. Just there's
Really
the best
bad.
card is maybe. Oh, there's a Vanquish the Weak.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I totally see that.
OK，
He's bringing a Stormcloud Rager all the way to the front, but I imagine he's just gonna go with the removal spell
Yeah,
here.
应该是杀3以下的吧？这个黑鲨挺不错的啊。
He does seem to like going for the highest possible power level, though.
带 token 没有那么急吧？
Wow, is he really considering this Rager?
Oh, he's gonna take
哇
it.
哦！
What?
所以他要真的是
Wow.
要组个马尔都 token 哦。
Suppose so. Some Mardu. It's not a Phyrexian, is it?
Oh, it's an ogre. Yeah.
Okay,
It's a
interesting.
warrior. Yeah.
All right.
Wow, I'm surprised to see
哦
that. He
哦，正杀
it's a deadly
正杀好，
provision. That'll help him
This is
cast
an
his
easy
Stormcloud
one.
Rager.
没错，这个环境内最好的一张杀了，
Now, Stormcloud Rager is a very, very powerful creature.
还可以
It's
顺便帮你
kind
调
of
个
one of
色
the。cards that you absolutely want in your Rakdos sacrifice decks, but it looks like Nathan values it highly enough to the point where he's considering swapping colors or playing 3-color, because right now you just kind of want to be black-white, right?
I just can't
不
imagine
不
giving
可
up
能
on
不拿这个
Orchard
吧？
Horn,
嘿嘿，对。
and the anthem, like
Right.
there's no way that the Rager's better than those. Like
Right.
it's a fine card
And the
in the
Vanquish
deck.
the
it
Weak
goes
in a deck where you're kind of light on interaction already is just a fine card to take there.
I'm surprised. I am. So he may have a read. There could be a table thing. There could be a personal
Right.
preference at play there.
Yeah.
动静
That was
树
definitely a curveball. I did
有
not
树
expect
有
that.
老鼠，
Okay, he's got an
老鼠
unsealed
挺不
and
错的
unsealed，
老鼠挺不错
in
的
front now.
Yeah.
通2抽2也还不
He's got
错。
a Phyrexian, a Gargantua.
Yeah.
对，
And he's got the
The
Alabaster.
Host
主
Sanctifier.
黑白拉红，对啊，可是真的有拉红的必要吗？我觉得黑白就很好了啊。
But the
Yeah.
Rat's just a better card generally.
Yeah.
This is another like this is.
哦，他先选择了细命，而不是选老鼠。
He is, but then you go back to the other pick, so
He must
也
just
行
be
啦，
looking for
毕竟
series
这个细
so
命
they
仔
are
是一个菲瑞克西亚人，
just gonna plan on playing
可以
all
可以
three.
变大。
the Derision gives you a red
对
source.
Yes, right. That's
Yeah.
what I said when he
Yeah,
picked it.
right.
It's like how can help you cast the thing.
对，红色随时都在被放弃的边缘，但是他第2包花了第1 pick 去拿，
Very solid compact.
觉得好浪费。虽然说那个确实是不会传回来的东西，
Do a little bit of work
对
for you.
Yeah, as a splash
刀
though,
子反射都很不错，
just go with the
反射好一点吧，
intervention here
反射好一点。红色真的是
as well.
Didn't see.
Okay.
真的是处在一个很尴尬的范围呀。
Having one in your deck will certainly change the way your opponent plays against you, right? So
Take a look at
You have
Javier
25 seconds. Collect.
sitting across table.
死掉抚育还行哦。哦，有这个结界来了，那肯定是选这个结界
just
的。
a decent card overall.
但是那个死掉放豆的那个2-3也挺不错的，
If you're black white,
对
that's where it really shines.
It's awesome in that deck.
对。
So things have actually gone pretty decently here for
OK，
Nathan.
那
A little
所
bit
以
of a sidestep with Stormcloud Rager.
真的，
Unclear if that's
红色应该
successfully walked down or not.
Shuffle and pass
Right.
10 cards.
应该还好。
But the rest of the deck is shaping up reasonably
销路王者还好吗？我是觉得蛮强的啦，因为
Yeah,
他
I think it
可
goes
以
a long way in this format. It's generally
就是
considered the best removal spell there is at
Yeah,
that common.
absolutely. And now
他还有那个艾雷农可以吃，如果
just a
硬
nice
要的
card
话
to have. It's a Phyrexian.
Yeah.
Solid 2-drop.
OK 牺牲
In
员，
basically any deck, you're happy enough just playing at least one copy of this. And
Yeah.
of course, if you have
Drop.
extra ways to
Shuffle and
create
pass
tokens
9
or
cards.
sacrifice artifacts,
反正就是一只熊。
Collect.
哦，
Oh,
天
is that
使
another- I mean, he took one last time. If he
有
liked it so
天
much
使，
then,
但
right?
是
Liked it. Pack
哇
one, pack two,
到底要不要混红？到底要不要混红？
There's a black-white card in the pack. There's a Furia in there.
And he didn't even look
Yeah,
at
he's
it.
like, nope.
哇，他完全不管那只天使哎
I really like Stormcloud Rager.
All right.
It is a good card, like you said.
Absolutely.
It does good work.
But he has 0 mana fixing right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, just a derision.
Well, there's a Derision. I think he took a late urn, but I can't imagine
Oh.
him wanting to play an urn.
Hey,
红白 D。
Okay. All right.
哇，这英文台的赛评也是很奶这样他都没有调色他有一张 cycle 应该可以吧？这不就来了吗？对。
I'm surprised to see him value that Stormcloud Rager that highly, though.
Right.
Again, it's a good card in the red-black deck, but it's still not amazing.
这不就来了吗？红绿的这一只怎么可以传这么远啊？我的妈呀！
You want to put stuff around it that's taking advantage. Like you don't really get ahead by just.
我觉得他会把红绿的扣下来。哦，没有，还是拿了一个小只的。这个应该是不太会用到，跟他的套牌不太搭。吊牌辅一3还行。
We did see him with a light splash in yesterday's draft too. So.
And we will get to see him play, by the way. We're going to be watching him play this deck in the first round. We always like to follow our feature drafter into the feature match area to watch to see how the deck played out, at least for.
哦，不喜欢云翼，就扣一张节奏牌。对。
Just an awkward spot though for Nathan.
刀子要不要？
He already committed too many picks to the Phyrexian black-white deck to really just.
虽然现在刀子好像不是很重要了。打2点跟 backup 人差不多啦，没有差很多。这个大概都不会放。对。这下家看起来是完全不打红，这红料像垃圾一样的倒在他身上啪塞好塞满这样。
You know, Searing Barb is kind of at its best when you are red-black.
Okay.
Right? It works well with the Rager. You kill a thing, you get a 1/1 incubate, you sack that, draw a card, right?
Yep, totally. But these are just not reasons to be in red. The only one that would fit that description maybe is the Rager, and even then it's a little bit borderline.
Yeah. That urn is just dangerously close to being in the playable stack, if that's how he's spreading his cards.
清除还是没有到特别多，正杀是1张，然后减3，消灭3以下是1张，这个不太会用到吧？有点马戏了吗？不知道，我觉得。我是真的没有很喜欢混第3色啦，但是说不定真的可以吗？搞不好对不对？开第3包开一个，没有，他没有要进不进，他看起来就是要进啊。他一脸看起来就是要进，对，只是现在牌太多了，他不知道怎么牌太多了，应该还在挑哪些牌是要的，哪些不要的。他看起来就是要进了，对。他第3包开个什么红色阿卡，搞不好就。
Get both in play and then sack it.
Yeah. Combo. That Windscarred Craig could be very important though if Nathan is prioritizing.
他看起来就是要进，但是进了的效果好不好？埃泰利吗？埃泰利要2点红呢。
Are the white cards splashable? I'm just trying to figure out kind of where Nathan's looking to be. I think.
OK， 看一下第3包。
He's got some white, and then of course his best card is Elishnorn, which is in white.
看一下有什么双面，导播，看不到啊，导播。
Bump his power level up a bit here. You know, curve considerations might be a thing.
等下我要练什么千里眼之类，是不是？请问龙烧算是一种黑炸弹吗？算是一种红炸弹吗？嘿，红龙烧，对。哇哦，他拿到了好重要的黑牺牲员呢，对，挺不错的，挺不错的。那个黑牺牲员，对，阿雅拉， 对，那个超强的，真的是他们超强的。而且你看他现在可以不用复写翻面了，他有红，你敢信？对。OK。And Davis 是黑绿加黑仔。
Cycle a land cycler, make sure you hit your land drops, transform, and start hitting. So that'll be an exciting. It's going to be very difficult to find.
靠自摸吗？
Yeah, that card's awesome.
Gives you another sack outlet.
会同会挖。
If he just chooses to splash red, which I think he's gonna really try.
可是他没有，目前没有看起来特别好的挖粉在，没挖上来的目标啦。只有一个那个 cycle 3麦的，可以让他跳。对。
I don't think he's had a chance at a furnace range just yet, though. In Pack 1, he wouldn't have been interested.
Right, but now
he's in the market.
Yeah.
我补一包艾雷农，3包艾亚拉，不得不说阿卡开的挺好的。
We'll see if there's anything even in consideration, or maybe something that he may be able to wheel.
Welcome to the final booster. You have 40 seconds.
Oh,
thank
you.
Welcome to the
final seconds. 哇，还有正杀耶！哎呦，不行啦，这个炸弹还是有点炸，这个双面的。
Good point. I mean, IR is really powerful. Deadly derisions that can't miss, right? It's just always going to be awesome.
Nathan might take the derision here. I could see it.
他还是觉得正杀比较好吗？
Card's really good, and he's somewhat set up for it too.
Right?
Oh, he's gonna take the derision.
Oh, there it is.
哇哦！
Don't hate that pick.
Yeah.
真的是这样子。
Really trying to splash red.
Right. He actually needs the fixing. Yeah,
哇
there's good discipline
哦！
from Stoyer.
Hey, we do talk about how many powerful.
真的，那个东西真的是可以传的哦。
Make sure you have enough removal in your deck.
And a final flourish next too, and you know that now he will have.
那你这边拿不拿飘屏斩？
His removal is actually respectable at this point.
真的要拿飘屏斩的吗？
Final flourish.
And then he
Invasion.
Yeah. Okay.
减2也不错，对，减2也不错，更主动一点。
So now.
10 seconds.
OK， 第3包开始补杀，对，疯狂的补杀。
Great synergies. Will he get there on his mana?
Shuffle and pass 13 cards.
Yeah, that derision helps a lot.
Yeah.
Collect.
这边
Oh.
Jury.
That's not the one that I thought it was.
Judith.
I
No.
thought it was a Judith Marshall.
No, that's not. That one's pretty good
It's
too.
good, but
the problem is just that you
古
really.
风散宴，认真吗？他2点红哎。
I'm not sure about Stoke the Flames. That's a full-on pivot to.
Now you're red black.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
And then you're.
拿红黑传奇比较好吧？对啊。
All right.
这样就是基本上就是确定进红
This
了
one's。a little bit less flexible than the ones he's
You
got.
absolutely want this one in play early,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Get everything else going.
Like you don't want to.
这样搞不好会希望再多拿一些，
I mean, what was
再
the
多
other
拿一
option?
些什么2点生带2个 token 的。
So I don't blame him for just taking the higher upside pick.
All right. Ooh.
There's that Marshall
哇
Zalfir.
这一包就普普通通了。
Pack 1.
骑士王，
Probably another direction Nathan could have gone in this draft.
Invasion of Alara's in there
3
too.
点的飞兵不喜欢吗？他可以帮你翻面呢。我还蛮喜欢那个3点飞兵的，尤其在黑白蛋里。
Check that box.
Draft. Shuffle and pass
I think you
11
just
cards.
really just relieved to have picked up that deadly derision. It,
Yeah.
that just really solved two.
他可能觉得白色可以用拉的吧，因为白色都是1点指定蓝而已。
That is a late preening champion.
That's
Wow.
a preening champion.
Fifth pick preening champion? Are you kidding me?
哇哦 ，Convoke 4仔完全没人要拿哎，天哪！
Wow. And a Knight Errant of Eos. I mean, he's gonna take. Well,
第5 pick
Oh,
没有人要。
Is he ditching white?
that's what
He's
it looks
taking
like.
a random hanger.
He's been just
scrounger.
tricking me the entire time.
对，
Draft.
So we
Shuffle and pass
可
we
这一
valued
只
the
哦，
Elishnorn the anthem
You have
plus
45
all of the
seconds. Correct.
basically all of Pack 1 that he dedicated to those
Right.
picks a lot higher.
老鼠，
Okay, and it's a
那这边应该是选老鼠了啦，
potentially
老
a
鼠这么
full
好
round。pivot to Rakdos sacrifice here.
对啊，
Um,
他
curious
看
to
起
see
来
if
要
he's
走
gonna play
红黑拉白了。
That question does
白
not
色
mean
是
he
用
dedicate
拉的吧？
multiple picks in Pack
对啊，
we
毕
saw
竟
him
有
get
2
out
张
Rakdos,
正杀嘛，
like third pick in Pack 2, right?
可以产珍宝调色，然后有一块地，就拉艾雷
To
农
me, this
跟
whole draft has
那
been
个
about
黑白姐姐就好了。
Rager.
Yeah.
Like he clearly values it. He wants to be. He has. I believe that he pivoted
哦
mostly to，that.
这个挺不错的，
Wow,
减
that's
2张，
another knight.
对，
Goodness.
这个减2张不错，
Was it
可
really?
以
It
后
was
期
another
支援
knight,。so that was 2 knights and a preening champion.
然后对，有2只骑士王传出去了，
No,
For
but
us
it's one of the
spectators,
it's
it's
one of
like,
those things.
oh.
Every
他
call
只要
that
再
we're
传
like,
2个人，
"Ah,
就会到
could've
June
gone this
Davis 手
direction."
上
You see another one,
然后
you
June Davis 就会拿到什么有
pass it again, pass it again.
泰菲利
Of course,
加
that's
2只
a
骑
good
士王的鬼 deck 之类的。
He's already got a great sword, so I wonder if he's just gonna
他
go
不
ahead
喜欢
and
这只
take
Cycle 人
one
吗
over here. If he does want to potentially go
5
3
seconds.
colors still, right? And you did take an unsealed at Necropolis. It's a nice little extra card to get back.
哦，
All right.
Draft.
I mean,
Shuffle.
now
我觉
that
得
we have
这
a
样比
little
较好
perspective
诶。
on what he's doing, he's really kind of showed us here in Pack 3.
Yeah.
He pivoted for Stormclaw Rager.
虽然说我觉得他看起来很
Would
难
not,
用到
I'm surprised to see
7
that.
抽2，勉勉强强。
That is a
Nice.
fairly late
Pick
invasion
up.
of Mercadia,
Yeah.
along with an artistic refusal.
Yeah.
Both very solid
Yeah,
cards.
we
So
both saw that one.
yeah.
第2包最后应该他已经有1张红巨人了。
I don't have that much experience playing with that sword.
With
Perhaps,
Mosian Greatsword?
yeah, and especially because that's a second copy. If your deck can generate a lot of
双
small
刀
damage,
的要很快，
play.
Yeah.
1秒打16滴血。
So
I have played it.
Pass 5
Yeah.
cards.
thoughts?
It's medium.
Okay.
Correct.
Mirror and Bane
More
Splitter.
knights.
啊，
Not as great.
更多的刀，
Swift Water
yeah.
Cliffs? No.
Nothing interesting.
哪个
Mirror
地？
That's
Mirror,
blue.
though. I mean, those are
Shuffle
like
next 4 cards.
heavily played
哇，
cards in this. They're just flying around the table. I guess these guys didn't get.
哇，骑士王可以传1圈的，我操嘞！
Just nobody is blue white,
Right,
right?
that's correct.
Like there's just nobody on the table.
Nobody wanted it.
Shuffle
我
next
操嘞！
Ugh.
骑士王他们传1圈哦，我的妈
I
呀！
am a little sick.
Target
Is
Duty
nobody
Shaper.
blue red either?
Draft.
Nope.
Pass 2 cards.
Oh, okay.
啊，那这边骑士王是不是要传到倒数2 pick 了？
From Nathan Stoyer here. I'm really curious to
哦，
see
没有。
what his final deck this looks like, and we will actually get that for you too.
哦，我以为 June Davis 会就直接泰菲利那边，然后接2只骑士王，看起来超猛，这样。 结果没有
You have to be. You have
他
to
拿
be
可能
Rakdos.
拿什么？
My
他可能
point
去
is,
拿
you
那个
just
44吗？
tables in this deck,
Right.
他有可能去拿 Convoke 44的那个
You
R。
might be looking at something like 20-ish playables.
Mm-hmm.
那这边白色就是要放掉了
Look at
吧？
all those white cards.
就
he
是
just went.
用拉的。
Invasion of New Capenna.
3色平均就有点浮夸了吧？但可是他的料有点不太够哎。
North's
North's
gone.
out.
Perfection's gone.
Perfection's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these are
Yeah.
tough.
他的红黑料有点不太
He just
够。
may need to go kind of deeper into the, you know. How
But
do you
like,
define a playable, Paul?
Okay, so but my question though is, I mean, are these white cards even splashable? Are they even?
刚刚
something
不
you're
是有
gonna
泰菲
splash?
利是那个 Jim Davis
Hellstorm isn't.
Right.
And then you really
开
need
的
to build
第2
around
包，
perfection in those type of cards.
对，但
You also
是
need to have them on the
Maybe the
battlefield.
因为刚刚
perfection is
那
just
那
good
那
enough
个
if you're really
第一
struggling
只
at
骑士王的
playables.
pick 里面有那
You get
个
a 3/3
44
Convoke
Convoke 可以看6拿 X 的那个，对，他也有可能去选那一边，因为第2只骑士王没有传回来。
We'll try to figure out if there's any cards that he ended up with
Right.
in his deck that are below the normal playable card.
Yeah.
Right, the one where you're going, that stands out.
Right. Now we're still struggling. We're trying to figure out what the last few cards will be on Nathan's deck. But at the end of the day, he's got good synergies.
Yep.
Right. Some premium
那
uncommons in the Rakdos sacrifice strategy. Couple of
不知道哎，
deadly
我觉得
versions,
从
right? So there's a lot of good
从
cards in the deck.
黑
It's
白
just- it was a
蛋
very
转成
late
红
game.
黑牺牲有
Extremely late
点袅袅的，
So again, it's one of those things where if you kind of draw those
真的是有点袅袅
21st,
的。
22nd, 23rd cards, which I
不
think
是很
oftentimes
喜
don't
欢
even make most decks, right?
Yeah.
Given how late he changed colors. that could be the deciding factor in terms of how Nathan performs.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's most curious for me is I would just like, and I'll try to find him if I can, just to ask Nathan, like, what's your thoughts on the pivot, right? Because I don't have Rager as a card that I would abandon the strategy that he had for as a pivot, but he may.
Yeah,
right, he may just say, "Look, I think this card's great. It seemed open to me, and that felt better than going."
I think when you see a pick like that, you're treating that as a card that's worth switching colors into, because there was a Vanquish the Weak in that pack.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying Vanquish the Weak is a premium removal spell.
No.
In fact, it's the third best black removal spell at common. However, it's still solid. You kind of needed a removal.
我也会拿阿雅拉啦。我觉得阿雅拉有点太强了，但是。对他可能觉得他没有什么东西可以拉，那正杀也不是不能接受，尤其是正杀是，他最后把白放掉了，我操
！Oh, okay. So there's our line. Paul, I said I wanted to find the line of maybe playables you don't normally see. Urn of Godfire is one of them.
Is this just a one-mana artifact to sacrifice?
This is also.
Wow.
There's no white cards in here.
There's no white cards. 16 land deck.
So you don't want to just play 17 lands? Oh, there's a land cycler in there.
There's the Furnace Host Charger.
Serious?
Curve is technically to 5, but it's really to 4 because the Great Sword's almost always cheaper.
Okay.
So this is like a pretty lean, mean Rakdos deck at the end of the day.
It's got a decent curve, right?
The Rouse reinforcements made the cut. That's really good with the Ragers.
Yeah.
You see Searing Barb, which is another one that doesn't usually.
最多打到
Red Cap Heal Slashers are.
最多打到4点，然后靠2把刀。我觉得那边没转错，白蛋的 C 牌料完全没有来。不是，可是黑色的蛋料一直都来啊，一直都有来。黑色料一直都有来，我觉得就是走黑色没什么问题。对。
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
一胜 deck 吗？543死要有啊，543死要有啊，只是他没有拿。对啊，就是54巨人是讯息，他也没有拿。他把54巨人传出去啦。不知道啦，1胜 deck 吗？我觉得是0胜 deck 啦。这是会拿成这样子，就是要对自己的抽牌很有信心，你知道吗？这个只要前面你2回抽到的那个不是生物，而是吊牌，你的剑就会卡住，然后你的整个节奏就会超慢。然后为了出剑，你又不敢跟人家换宅。不知道，我不喜欢那把剑，我真的很不喜欢那把剑。我觉得这个系列的另外2把剑都比那把剑好很多。我比较好奇的是 June Davis 他开到太妃里结界，但是不确定有没有进白蓝。对，虽然白蓝是我们昨天胜率最高的2个套牌之一，还是不是之一？好像是最高，就是单纯的最高。第2好像是黑白嘛。对。
And welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're early in day number 2.
2胜有机会，2胜就是要抽的好再加奶啊。
Nathan Sawyer draft a red black.
我觉得这种套牌就是抽不好就是0胜下课啊。我拿一口就是0胜啦，我不觉得会赢。
facing off. Now Javier, I had a chance to take a look at his
还是他把都那个2回升2只，然后3回 convoke 出剑，那好啊，你屌啊！
Okay. Better be good.
But it's pretty good. He actually has a lot of the payoffs. There are numerous uncommon payoffs.
来看一下，哇，2只仙宫变连击人 ，Overgrown Pest， 哦，警戒人、仙宫人、白绿豆人。 很 backup 的，可是没有那个绿传奇的那个坚固凌驾，有点小可惜，但是有少场，然后没什么不好。 但是有2只白绿豆人，这看起来比 Nathan 强10倍啊！去除很少，不用去除啊！说啥呢？我就正拳打就打死人了。对。
At this point as well, particularly with 2 copies of Stormclaw Rager that you see in the middle.
对，你看他正面带2张那个吊牌抚育3，这个只要节奏不对就很慢。
Those were the only options he had to get that removal. If he didn't take those 2 cards there, he would be on 1 Deadly Derision for the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Choosing to take Deadly Derision over the very powerful Ayara there was very big. So
I really like that.
Going to need that to kill some potentially enormous botanical brawlers there.
Exactly. Getting that thing off the battlefield is huge in a matchup like this because then your opponent ends up with a bunch of okay creatures, right? And that is the problem with green-white, is that the removal is good enough so that even if you stack up some +1/+1 counters on a creature, it doesn't.
看一下这个手牌，有点慢的手牌。
Kind of the I have a nice curve. I have some, you know, and on Nathan's side, it's kind of I have a nice curve. I have some interaction, and I'm
有点慢的手牌，但是对面很慢。
Nazubi Informant will start things off here for Stoyer. That's going to get a forest out of the hand here for Dominguez.
对啊，他就没有连白都不放了。
Nothing on 1 or 2 for Dominguez, which is really surprising.
Yeah, note that remember Javier really doesn't have any removal other than that Sunfall.
Yeah.
So those Stormclaw Rangers that we were talking about throughout Nathan's show, Javier basically has no answer for it. Very few.
He's got a Zalfirin Lancer, which is a good blocker in this situation at the least.
And Nathan just has a pair of 2 powered creatures and no way to push them through. He could potentially attack with the Informant, right? And then use the
反正等下就是那个找地虫就一直下。
Get a rummage as well. Might just choose to do that. The only other option here is to just run out that Edge Familiar, right?
That's right. This is the point.
2只2攻打不赢1个3。
Has to decide: Am I racing? Am I trying to push through damage? Is that a viable game plan at this point?
Okay.
And he's going to take it a little bit slower here.
Me too, when it dies, me too. Yeah.
And he's going to play an Etched Familiar. A quick double check there from Dominguez on which card that is.
这边出虫子，哎，对，来拿一块地。
Oh, but also.
Land or a double face card.
That's right. Overgrown Pest.
Love me an Overgrown Pest.
It's a nice one.
Just the fact that I can get
这是好棒哦，然后又可以跟你的狐狸换人。
Can't miss in this format with it.
Never misses.
下地狗。
No great attack here though from Javier, so
yeah, just going to end up passing the turn back. So a little bit of a stalemate early, but I don't expect it to last for long. Either a well-timed removal spell from Stoyer or
整个都慢下来了。下回合可以做 x 等于3的探访伊克里吗？或者是要再继续归？
Looks like the way that this the direction of this game, probably going to see that Ern actually get something here. Get to 6 mana to exile something. Now, is this a trade that Nathan wants? familiar against the pest doesn't feel too good, right? Trading your 3-2 for a 2-2.
Especially, I know that this isn't how you're supposed to do it, but especially when they got a card off of it.
Right, yeah.
Sunk cost fallacy and all that, but still, it's just like,
I mean,
it feels extra bad.
Trading for 2 is like a
quarter of a
card?
card? Yeah. You're not exactly getting the full card back, but Stoyer's going to take his medicine here, and so is
来
Dominguez.
换一下，
very happy with
He has
that
to be
trade.
thrilled with that
Yeah.
exchange. He was,
62
okay, fine. But in reality, I think he's very good with that. And there's the Urn of
超烂。
Bonfire. Not really a playable Magic card in this format. If you have to put that card into your deck, you're not happy.
You're not happy. It certainly must have been Nathan's last card. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm going to just have
It's unfortunate.
a very inefficient removal effect. But you know, on this board state, now it makes it kind of tough for Javier. If he has a big
哦
creature，in
这边
hand,
有一
he
个
has to
骑
decide,
士
do I wanna
先
play
攻
this,
骑士
or
可
do
以
I want
出
him to use- do I want
挺
Nathan
不
to
错
use
的
the urn on something else?
That's right.
Right?
Also, you know, with the 2 Stormclaw Ragers, he can just sacrifice the Urn to one of them as a low-cost way to cycle through
对
it.
他应该
So
是
it's
骑
not
士
the
吧？
worst
对啊
case here.，
加一警戒，站着打。
Okay. Oh,
重
Quende
敌
is
权
a knight.
Yep.
So get in there.
That's going to trigger
试试
Zelfin
来
and，
要不要
Lancer's
两只上来换？
triggered ability.
Yeah, I imagine Nathan's probably going to take the 4 here. I saw a final flourishing. Probably.
He does have Final Flourish. He could use it.
I'm gonna shrink this for 2.
He's
Right.
going to shrink Quende for 2.
This is dead, but this is still a
Yeah,
4
it's still
vigilance.
4-4.
Okay.
That's fine.
Oh,
And he's just going to end up taking it.
I see.
OK，
18-16, right?
Yes. Go ahead.
这边是防什么？
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really change anything.
没
He
什么
just
理
knew
由
he
好
was
防
going
的
to。kill it anyway.
对
4 drop.
哦，先攻人可以嫖一拳3点的，
The heel slasher.
然后7
Gets
抽
rummage
1，
away a card
对
here.
Also a
Attack for
3/4 is all right. Yeah, okay.
3-2 fish strike.
Yeah, you're
扣
at
3
18.
15，
It does have first
13
strike currently.
Remember, with that urn, Javier does have a Timberland Ancient, but doesn't
下
really
地
want
出
to
6
play it out.
Trade my 6 mana for your 7 mana. Sure.
There's also an invasion of Ikoria.
He'll
下地出6还行啊，如果你要过，你就要6点炸一只，又可以再拖一 turn。
But if he has nothing else to do, we may see him run it out
Yeah,
here for
just
5.
4
Or for
maybe?
4,
Or
excuse
4?
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
2-3, 2-3.
还是这边要找一个4费的。
Not been that impressed with Invasion of Ikoria myself.
Yeah, it's a little expensive, and again, we talked about how important the defense number is on these cards, and
That's
6
right.
is just a
嗯，
lot.
先出6费的。
And it looks like
顶
instead
拳
of doing nothing or putting up a
来
weaker
内
invasion,
胜，你有没有
Javier's just
地
gonna？say, all right,
Yeah.
6/5 reach trample. Do your worst.
Yeah,
没
I
地
mean,
就卡住了哦。
Nathan's
哦，有地，
likely
那
gonna
要
just
不要
try to
6
get
费
this
炸
off？The board still gets an attack with the Scrounger,
先7抽
Looks
1
like he's gonna rummage.
but before block,
And
sacrifice
then
the urn. Yeah.
OK，主场前
In
杀。
case a derision is found off the rummage.
OK，
Right.
32打33，
Presumably.
好换，哪一次不换？
I like the play-by-play here
Yeah.
from Dominguez. He's like, I'll probably trade here, presumably. But
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Both
that
of
too.
these fantastic players, but also on the same testing team.
Oh,
by the way.
X 等于5
So,
This is kind of funny.
Yeah.
So he gets to now cast the invasion.
他的
But
5
he's gonna
费
go probably.
有什么
I'm
东西吗？
curious to see what he's got, but
忘记了。
he did have to put one of his better cards
how,
on the
it's
bottom.
not on 6, right?
Should be fine.
哦
It's
有
6.
狐
Of
狸，
course, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought that was.
狐狸战啦。
Okay. Get some value here. Wildwood Escort getting back probably
狐
a
狸
6/5 here.
拿6费的回来。
Yeah. Javier, you want to just hop into the booth
Yeah,
too?
maybe we should
just mic him up.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's mic'd up already. We should just
Yeah.
get
反
out
正
of
我
his
就拿
way.
最大的一只生物回来。
All right, he does pick up, as he called it, the 6 drop.
7抽2，
This is
抽
Invasion
抽
of
都
Arcadia
给你
now
抽
for Nathan Stoyer. Does he have the ability to push through though?
Yeah. So
Like if he finds a derision here.
that's
哦
what，I
他好像
was
抽掉
gonna
牌
say.
了。
It's a little precarious now here.
那你要把他的
Javier.
6点的那个
One of the
5
two
掉了吗
derisions？in his deck here. Clear the way, flip the invasion, then that's a lot
That's
on
a lot.
Nathan's
That's
side.
a
哦
lot.，
还有一
It's
张
because
正
of
杀。
the lack of removal.
That
He
is a
did find
derision.
one. Oh.
Yeah, and just the
哦
only，interesting
这边
thing
可以
here is
正
the
杀，
fact
然后
that he
把
knows
结界
Javier
打掉，
has a Timberland Ancient,
挺
but
不
I
错
think
的
it's still worth it here. This is just, you're getting so much here. You get a treasure, you flip your invasion, you have
对
3 creatures on board. versus just the 6-5.
Yeah.
And you can go wide.
Versus nothing,
right?
And then forcing Javier to tap out.
但是你要怎么处理这两只呢？
Sure. It would be a disaster, but Kyron Flame Right ends the game very quickly if
掉手牌，掉吗？掉了就没福玉。
Oh, he did not activate it. Okay.
Right.
He cast
so I think we're just
Revelation.
passing, and now Nathan's just going to try to develop a wide board here with the Kyron Flame Right. End of turn, make 2 1-1s, untap, make 2 1-1s, give your entire team +1/+0 and haste. This card can just single-handedly win you the game.
It absolutely can. Yeah, that Timberlane Ancient is really.
是这样，抽了8块地，9块地了。
Looks like Javier is in that unenviable position of being out of gas as well.
Yeah. So, given the lands, Javier likely just going to transform the Dune Shaper here. Wow, is it the?
Okay. I mean, this is the point where you have to start taking desperate measures, right?
Right. I don't. Can you attack?
I mean,
没错，
guess
打战役。
Right, you can enforce the block. So Nathan can then discard a card and put a token in front of the Ancient.
And just to soak up 5 or soak up 1,
or
and not transform.
Or put 2 tokens and the Informant in front of it, right?
Start to play a grindier game.
Yeah, they all get +1/+0, and so that would get the Ancient off the battlefield. But then all of a sudden you don't have much of a board.
这个比想象中的强好多。
They're 1/1s and then they get the bonus.
So these are multiple 2/1s, a 3/2, and a 3/3 first striker that Nathan has currently.
Yeah, I wonder if Nathan does just want to pile, just say, look, I'm going to make hay while the sun's shining instead of trying to getting you dead in a turn or two. I'll start just trading off.
Of course,
resources.
Yeah, I don't know if Nathan is in a position to play around combat tricks. If, of course, Javier had some kind of a combat trick, it would be really bad if you triple block.
这边敢挡吗？这样子挡。
I like it. I like this. There's a little bit of a change of direction
翻过来。
from Stoyer, but he's definitely taking advantage of the cards he has on the battlefield right now, and trading resources very advantageously. I mean, he basically discarded a card and threw a Nezumi Informant in front of a 6/5 trample to kill it. I mean, that's you take that deal all day.
这边就是先公仔可以不断的无限白嫖。
Now Javier doesn't have a great attack here with the Dune Shaper. If Nathan chooses to keep back the Heel Slasher,
没错啦，又快又奶。
ability of the Kyron, he can just turn it into a 3/3 first striker on defense. So then the 4/3 just won't be able to get through. Aggressive?
打吗？打的话有点。
I love the hand motion there from Javier. Bring it. Not another land.
Oh,
it wasn't
that's
another
a spell.
land.
Was that Invasion of
Dominaria, I think.
Oh, I thought it was Grabacon. Okay,
Oh.
Dominaria. Gain life, that's big.
不是的。
Does he have a
抽
reasonable
一张。
He can attack, but he'll lose his 4/3 to the 2 tokens generated by the Kyron.
挺不错的，又有一只虫。
And then the Invasion of Kori will go down to 2 off the trample damage.
先做虫看看有什么东西。
Overgrown pest, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your boy.
Looking for a battle here now.
Can't miss. He's gonna hit another land.
这是第11块地跟第12块地了，哇哦！这地牌是有点儿多啊。
Thinking in terms of getting back into this game, there's one card in mind.
Sunfall. Yep. Always gives you a shot.
It really does, and it gives you a shot of not
7
only
张，
coming back,
升2只上去挡。
Okay.
踩2
He's
点
just。content to keep trading off resources, just sort of stemming the bleeding, but he knows that if another turn or two goes by, Nathan's going to be able to leverage that Kylan and eventually just overwhelm him.
That's a jury.
Okay.
Okay.
这个有点想要留诶，不是很想要丢呢。
It's kind of nice though, just making 1-1s every turn, right?
It really is. But it looks like that's not on the menu
Oh.
this time.
正拳。
The question, of course, that Nathan faces every time is, since he's hellbent, he has no cards in hand, is do I want to discard this to turn it into 1-1s, or would I rather have it on the battlefield? And in this case, he said, I'd like to have that one on the battlefield.
And
Back up.
remember, Nathan does have a
上
treasure
去
in play, so this jury can go up to 2-2 here.
开始
Just whenever he wants. There's Enduring Bond Warden there for Dominguez.
So
when you're hoping to top deck your best possible card and you draw one,
上去换了吗？
usually it,
So we can see a block, sack a treasure
Huh?
to finish off the pest, or a double block.
right? Yeah, Nathan just has so
Oh.
many resources available to him. This is
Yeah.
almost just Dominguez trying
然后
to
放个
distract him long enough. Like, he knows he can't actually win this fight
Right.
with the tools that he has.
Yeah, and
So
then
he needs to just try to get to the point where he can get a Sunfall
oh,
or
and
something.
we are now getting in here. This is an attack for 7 from Nathan.
I mean, it's another one turn if he
可以
doesn't.
挡住吧？
Here's on the, is there a sunfall on top of my deck?
Yeah,
还是不
Sunfall
挡
or，
选择
bust
不挡
is where it looks
上
like.
午
Is this a
Sunfall?
Sunfall? Come on, guys.
扫场吗？ 哦，
They're
没
doing
有
a better
哦
job，than us. It's
有点
Almas
晚呐
versus
哥哥
Anderson, which is pretty good.
终于把你关起来啦
So Nathan doesn't really have an attack here, right?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm at 5 here. A lot. 18.
So, I'm at 5. You're at a
终于
lot.
把你关起来了。
Attacking here to get the invasion down to 1? Or do you just want to keep something back? You are down to 5.
This is a scenario where Dominguez doesn't have the luxury of you know, playing around much,
Right.
right?
Oh.
This is going to be, I knew it. Stormclaw Rager, he tapped that way too fast.
That is good.
And he's got a good board state
Wow.
to refill his hand here as well.
Right?
开始把牌抽回来
It's gonna
吗
turn？ into a 4-4. That's going to be bigger than the intercessor.
And he's going to just turn all of these 1-1s into cards as Dominguez just sees his freshly stabilized board state evaporate. And now he's once again back to, I need Sunfall. Problem is that Stoyer will have cards in hand this time. So even if he does get lucky and rips it, it may not be enough to get him out.
哦，
Okay, so that
That's
adds a
invasion
counter.
of Moog, yeah, so he'll get counters on his guys.
It's nice to get it on the Bond Warden, right? So
So can he
Prob-
他
afford
不
an
管怎么样
attack
都要
here?
先把那个给
I don't.
那个88给干下来了吗？
I mean,
You would eat the Rager.
mm-hmm.
You would eat the Rager because you might see a double block. I think he's just going to pass.
This is tough because he's got a little house of cards going, right? If he can get one of
Oh,
those
wow.
transformed, what did he find?
Derision.
Oh, deadly derision off the top.
And you're at 5 here now. And you get an extra rummage here.
I think Dominguez's face kind of says it all.
Yeah,
死了吗
This？is his game plan collapsing in front of his eyes.
absolutely.
Yes, you can sacrifice.
这边要 Trump 一
artifacts
拳
as
打
well to
2
raise
胜
so the
3。
treasure Gets fed to it.
He's not dead.
I can't believe that Dominguez actually stabilized that board, and now over
Yeah.
the last 2 turns has seen it just absolutely
So
collapse.
Javier's down to 3 and needs to find a Sunfall.
Yeah, it's Sunfall or bust, and he may lose even in that scenario.
Absolutely.
I have to think here.
Javier's like, look, I'm thinking of one card, so take your time, no problem.
I mean, Nathan does have 2 of the Ragers, right? He was going to find one eventually.
True.
有没有少
Not a Sunfall.
没有少
And that was game number 1 going to
居然赢了一把
Stoyer.
真是不敢相
Hang
信
in there just long enough. And that's going to bring us to game number 2. Okay, both
Nope,
players looks
nope.
like they kept their openers, Paul.
No 2-drops again. This is a really slow hand here from
Or
Javier.
1-drops. He has 2
He-
1-drops as well.
He has just all 4 and 5 drops?
Look at him, he's ready to go.
Oh, that was a good.
Look at it. He's got
接
his
这
hand
个
on his
这
hips.
么慢的
See
手
the
牌
next card.
哦不过有虫，哇，虫子要走了，
Congratulations.
Oh,
看起来虫子要走了。
Taking a pest would be my guess. It's the
控制
only play
掰
that Javier has. If you think the game's gonna go long, I can see taking the
Eudora or the
escort.
yep.
And the last game was kind of grindy, but the pest also gets you up a card, and it's the only play again.
Yeah, the default these days is to take whatever their next relevant play is, but there's definitely times when you think longer term and say, well, I can't beat that.
Right.
I'll take the best.
And it is pest.
没错，掉了虫子。
Are we gonna fetch a 1-1 here? Or a 1-2?
Get a bond warden.
这边要找吗？找了。
Yes. It could be
Could get a
the
Doom
找那个
Yeah.
backup 人，一点的 backup 人。哦，没有这个也行。
It's got that dog.
It's gonna be a while though before you can flip
I
that
don't
thing.
think we're transforming the invasion with that too soon. It does give him something to look forward to spending his mana on, perhaps.
要把上回抽地的能量
He finds
抽起来啊！救命
Right now,
啊！
Javier just needs to find just lands off the top, right? Feel a lot better. Get a
上一
couple
把
lands
摸了
to
12
be
块
able
地
to play a real
这一
game
把
here.
3块地，平均起来是摸7.5块地啦。
Yeah, I think if I was in Javier's seat, I'd be feeling pretty pessimistic at this point.
Lando.
Oh, that would make me feel a little better. He said Lando. He doesn't hit one though.
No land.
来，大家都不要有地。
Tentacle brawlers and icy.
来，你没有红，我没有地，大家都没
Yeah,
有
it's。gonna get flourished. No, it's not.
cycle，
On Nathan's turn.
好，我有3麦了。
Okay, I'll be patient and wait until Nathan's turn for it to die. But the Charger's gonna get land cycled away for a mountain here on end step. Dominguez was ready to put that brawler in the graveyard.
Like, is there hope? Is this gonna live?
He already had his hand on it.
Doesn't have a way to put any counters on it right now.
4点，先攻人。
Derision here. No flourish.
Okay.
Shield slasher.
哦，还是没有地。哇，
And
那是
another
真奶啊！
rough for Dominguez as he
Is
sees
rough.
his game plan crumble. Ever
好
further.
奶
No
呀！
removal, no land drop,
果然要这样才会赢吗？
board, can't transform anything.
Yeah. This oh that's the worst possible draw.
What did he find?
Copper Host Crusher.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. Not
抽
bad
不
when
到
your opponent,
地，好难
had a
玩
bunch。of derisions, but here, not the time.
对，
Okay, and
想
a
想
nice
俊廷
story
昨天
on
说的
land
话，
number 5 for him.
抽不到地呀、
Okay.
And he's gonna play a gift.
还是没有地。
Not
Transform.
a land.
Too late.
Yeah, and
It's
now
just too late.
Nathan's just gonna have a much bigger board presence here. You have the removal spell. You've got an unseal as well.
Yeah.
This is gonna be 3 lands here.
哇
Oh,
Oh,
no.
哇哦！猜猜看我的地都去哪里啦？
guaranteed, right?
Right. I mean, it's just math, Marshall.
Right. And then he's gonna miss the next one. You can just see it all in Javier's face, and all of us have been there. Every single
Yeah.
person watching this stream, everybody here has been in this position where you're just like, there is nothing.
真低奶啊！
And of course, 3 lands get milled.
It's okay. Could still have a 4th land on top, right? That's just.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Oh, absolutely not.
No,
Oh,
if
there's
I'm
just
in
no
Javier's
chance?
seat, I'm like, there's 0 chance. It's gonna be some double white spell or 6 drop or something.
奶烂。
The question is, can Nathan just close the door on this thing before Javier starts to hit his lands? Because we've also all been in the position where you're the one behind on lands, but then you start hitting them and your opponent runs out of gas and you don't.
The problem is Nathan's hand is still full of gas.
Yeah.
哇，来了
Against！all odds, he's
来得
gonna
及
keep
吗
running the battlefield.
我变成
That's
连
a
级了。
3-1 double striker here, right?
It is.
So
I
that
guess.
gets to get in for a good amount of damage.
Yeah, try to hit
我
that.
变成连级了，但是来得及吗？
Yeah, so then will Nathan just put the recycler in the way here or just use the flourishing?
It's 11, you're tempting.
Huh.
Yeah.
So both attacking. Now we go, what, recycler and flourishing? Yeah.
Final flourish.
Final flourish.
This is so bad for Javier. Well, did Nathan take that back?
I think he might be considering that he wants to play around aerial boost, right? So then you go, do you want to sacrifice that urn potentially to just make sure you get that off the battlefield so the invasion of Ikoria doesn't flip? That's probably the consideration here.
There is one aerial boost in Javier's deck, and remember the players do get to look at the pools from what they drafted, so they will know at least of the possibility of that type of card.
Right.
卡迪卡那么久是真的有点难看啊。
Powerful card in the Quende, and the Cavalier would not have double strike.
True.
It's like, do you have the boost?
And he is just going to kill the Quende.
Yeah.
I like that play a lot. That is definitely that's the balanced play.
Yeah.
Right. That's the least. That's not going for the maximum. It's not going for the minimum. It's right in the middle.
But you want to use your removal spells on the better creatures, right?
Exactly. And as long as the battle isn't transformed, you don't care. It can be at 1, 2.
Yeah.
That also got the Botanical Brawler off the battlefield, which is the type of card that can kind of do.
这个系列的轮抽赛真的是，哎。
Javier can block, but it looks like Nathan wants to
这边就全打就好了，你也不用担心他翻过来啊，他翻过来你就6个人炸掉就好了。
And remember, Nathan does know some of the contents of Javier's hand.
这边一定要 trump 啦，因为11点啊，挡5的剩5。
And this is the last draw step for Dominguez. If he doesn't find anything relevant.
So this transforms
有救吗？
8/8 reach creature?
Yes.
有救吗？把那个88打掉。
It's also worth noting that the Urn of Godfire is sitting there at the ready, and that's
对啊，
going to do
没
it.
救了。
For Javier Dominguez, he's going to extend the hand.
干这个烂套牌还不是靠奶的？
Yet another victory here.
那个剑100都没有抽到，他妈抽到就卡死你！
And only one loss on the weekend.
凭什么啊？
Really, that deck kind of came together nicely. All the synergies that people talk about when talking about the red-black sacrifice deck really kind of helped put him over the top, especially in that game 1 where it did go kind of long. But in that last game, of course, you know, sometimes that just happens. That's
干真的奶欸，好扯哦。
4 spells and just never found his 4th land.
That's right. So the winning ways continue for Nathan Stoyer. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we've got more draft action in the feature match area. We've got.
来看一下 Jim Davis， 等一下。我的画面是不是？刚有人说我好像有点慢，是不是？可是我今天没有设定延迟欸，奇怪。15秒左右，哦，那应该是网络本身的延迟，那好像没有办法处理。哎呀，5到10秒就随便啦，我还以为是重新整理我的退区吗？好，我重新整理我的退区试试看。看起来并没有任何的变化。没有吧？应该单纯的就是我这边上传跟你们那边下载本来就会有几秒钟的延迟吧。反正我这边刚倒数结束。
back to coverage here of Pro Tour March of the Machine. We're in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we're happy to have you here. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chion.
5秒就算了啦，我还以为是延迟的十几20秒。如果只是5到10秒，那我也没有什么办法啦。来看一下 Jim Davis， 不知道他有没有给 deck list， 因为昨天好像没有给。哦，有。哦，还是有混白嘛。它是绿底。哇，白色就只有神器可以找出来吗？
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out for him. You know, of course, the issue that you face when you play decks like this is the relative lack of removal. You can disrupt them a bit, but you kind of need to power through.
然后这边是西欧瑞，西欧瑞的红黑块，哇，这个看起来是蛮强的。嘿。
Pretty good there. He's got some medium, but this is a tough pod, right? And he's got a scrap chopper, furnace.
这看起来就比 Nathan 的强不知道几倍。
There as well. Some nice rares. So let's get into the action here and see if Jim can continue his winning ways. The storyline as it breaks down here, Paul, is Jim can win, keep himself away from the X and 1 players. Or if he loses, it'll be kind of a group of them at that point. Stoyer will be in there. Same thing with Simon. Jim would join that group.
哇，这一手摊牌漂亮。啊，一会性命仔。
I'm curious to see how this goes for Jim. I mean, this is the second time that he's been undefeated overnight. That's very few people can say that.
Went pretty well from the last time, right? Didn't lose a match in the entire.
哦，2回没事做，没有红地吗
？Just 12-0.
Went all right for him.
Yeah, can he run it back? It also allowed him to qualify for the World Championship last year.
3点，哇，卡利泽夫。
But great curve here.
哦，不是，他不是卡利泽夫，那是那个，反正敏捷海盗。哇，3回出这个先攻，3回出这个优势好大哦。
Hopefully can find a creature here.
哇，
What do you have here?
惨了，下一回要不要跳什么奇怪的东西了吗？5费了，好可怕啊！
Would have played it last turn, maybe?
Jim's gonna be, or excuse me, Simon's gonna be pretty happy here if this is the.
I don't think Jim is splashing a cut short or anything here, and doesn't have.
这边主回合先做一点事情吧，灌一点。哇哦！ 刀子武具更多法力，加长攻击打升一只，打5剩12补2滴，然后再剩一个珍宝，好爽哦！对，然后4点再出一个东西，对，再出一只仔。
If he just doesn't do anything this turn, I don't. He just has done nothing.
接了一个3回没事做的手牌，那看起来是要走了呢。
You can't keep a hand that doesn't do anything in the first 3 turns of the game. Okay, well, he's gonna play something here.
This better be good.
Perhaps just get a 4/4 on the battlefield here, maybe. Oh no, that's
到排骨第2张。 可是，哇，直接硬抠回来有没有？
Those are not ideal. Those are not the best.
反正这边就先打，打，然后剩一个珍宝，打到再剩一个珍宝。 然后
And his life total's plummeting. He's down to
再把2个珍宝给吃了，再把刚刚那只叫回来。大家再磨3张。
Can't imagine Jim unless he has a sweeper needs to fight through what he has in play, what Simon has in play, plus that
真的是爆开欸，每盒这样吃4滴。
over there on the side.
Invasion of Asgul just sitting there.
一下来轮抽，很像了，很像了。
Invasion of New Phyrexia maybe? Make 3 2/2s?
That helped a lot.
Yeah.
下一把。
Too far behind.
Wow, just effectively a free win for Simon Nielsen at the PT when you're X and 1 facing down the only X.
对，我还在想对面是3色，到底是有什么东西？
Simon says, "I will take it."
对。
Let's see if Jim can right the ship. A little bit better of a start for Jim. He's on the play, and Simon's on 6. So
Simon's on 6 this time.
Jim Davis 的2费其实超多的哎。
perhaps a little better. Omen Hawker to start it off. That can
哇
turbo out.
看起来是2回才抽到。
Opponent plays it, you have to think, okay, they have several ways to use the mana from the Hawker.
It is funny because when your opponent plays it, it's like does almost nothing until it does all the things.
Right.
Right. It's like it's either a blank or
it's a 1 mana that makes 2 mana.
Right. Right.
翻蛋人，专业翻蛋。
There's an Eyes of Gitaxias this turn, right?
Exactly. Instead, it's getting in the red zone.
没错，如果你要去揍你，找块白。
Surveyor doing its thing. It's gonna go
better
find
here.
planes.
Get the mana. No Lannery Storm this time.
Not even close.
And
just a gremlin.
That was something he drew for the turn.
Yeah, Furnace Gremlin. Would have played that last turn.
OK， 重牌。
All right.
All right.
So we know Jim's hitting.
有没有要下白
his
地？
Seems like he's well set up here. Okay,
All
Portent Tracker.
All the mana in the
码
world
头。
Hawkers, trackers, surveyors.
Creatures are not impressive stat-wise.
No.
But
no. He has 3 creatures on the battlefield and 3 power. But that is
3只1公仔。
right. I mean, he could have some explosive action here. All right, we're going to see
好，继续换人。
here from Simon Nielsen and no 4th land.
great combo with the Boomtown
卡地了。
that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I'm curious if he has other. Does he have like maybe a great sword?
Beamtown
He
beast.
does. He
What's
has a
the other?
Remosian
这
great sword.
边超级多费用。
Everybody just playing that card, huh? Just 3 in the draft.
Seems like it. There was a bunch of them in the draft too.
1、2、3、4。
Okay,
好，
so
5、6
3/4
飞
flyer.
兵3、4飞。
He does seem to be telegraphing that a little bit here.
Right. He's got a pair of those.
Yeah, Thunderhead Squadron. there
3、
it
4
is.
飞。
That looks pretty good here, though.
Okay, and keeping up 2 mana. I'm not sure if he's got an Assimilate Essence or something like that in his deck.
Let me take a
2
look.
点留什么？有没有康？
No, he doesn't.
康整康红绿。
Mm.
Okay.
In the deck, so
2点有什么？没什么
Yeah,
吧
he？does.
okay.
对啊。
Oh, didn't use it though on the freewheeler there. Would have been very tempting to cast it right there. Could also leave the mana up and use it if Simon tries to flip. This is one of the
OK，
cards where it's most punishing.
可以
because it
稍
just
微
takes
打了
so
吧？
much mana,
Oh,
right? It's 4
No,
to
你要开
cast,
打。
5 the flip. And then
devastating.
if somebody, even if you just bounce it, it just felt like your opponent just used a hard removal spell at that
It
point.
really does.
再一只鸟吗？4点出什么？22带22。哦，
Okay, Converter Beast.
挺不错的，服
Finally get to
务
see。that Omahaker do some action.
Right. Although Jim has a ton of mana.
反正有一个
Probably
翻蛋
didn't
人，
even need it here, but
Yeah.
now
还有
let's
2
have
费。
the Omen Hawker plus the Portent Tracker to untap a land and still use potentially a combat trick.
Right? So Omen Hawker, not worth a card this game
No.
yet.
Not yet. Well, it did convoke.
Okay.
这一只多这个翻蛋人看起来超强的，看起来是4费叫55，
It's great with that Herbology Instructor that's in Jim Davis's graveyard.
来的也很稍晚，
I love
不然
that card.
场面的压力会更大。
That guy teaches lessons to
对，
aggressive
但这只
decks.
13也是超强的，翻过来就杀一只。 跟鬼一样。Go， 换人，那就翻个面，敷个蛋。
Because we knew he missed land drops earlier, right? So he has action.
All right, so we do know that Simon Nielsen does have a pylon
冲
in his
啊！
deck, right? I believe so.
He does.
Premium removal there, probably going to look to potentially fire that off here. And if you're on Jim's side, you got to be kind of scared to just attack on the ground, given
不打，
all the different tricks
这
that
么
we
乖，
have. So just making the safe
这么
attack
保
here
守。
with the flyer.
Yeah, the Furnace Gremlin also the threat of activation.
他把他 deck 除了树林外地全部凑上手了。
Simon's just leaving his mana.
So vanquish the weak, maybe? No, another.
哦，磨3张的，减2张。
He's already got.
哇，修蕊下去了，
Looks like he's got land.
修蕊回来了，
That is a
修蕊回来啦。
That was milled here for Simon Nielsen.
Wow.
Extremely powerful mythic rare here. Just you don't even need the flip side, but if it's just 5 mana, 4 or 5 mana, enter the battlefield, sacrifice a non-token creature, right?
Right.
Super
好
happy to play，
直
that.
接杀。
Amazing. And he has the pylon
And he
here
has
as
the
well.
pylon. Okay.
Wow. So he waited a little while, but now the rares are coming out.
Yep.
He's gonna cast one on end step and one on his turn. The only downside here is that it does force Jim to sacrifice a non-token creature, but he's got a really good option there. He's got like actually
Right.
3 or 4
Yeah,
really good ones.
there's plenty of fodder. on that
试
side,
探
so-
2，
But it could be one of those situations where if this game goes long, and you can find a way to flip that Shieldred,
Which
right?
he will be able to, because
Yeah.
just by casting it, that will put 8 cards into the graveyard for Jim here.
这样怎么不是先试探2啊？
Beast will end up in there, or maybe the Surveyor or whatever.
好吧，
And he's built up his
也
mana
无
base.
所
He's
谓
getting pretty close to
反
being able
正
to just do that. And
Yeah. So the
it
only
is not
Shiorei
fun for Jim. He gets to transform Shiorei.
早点拍吧。
Oh, okay. And the only thing Simon needs to be concerned about here, and look at this,
Oh.
just developing his board a little bit more here,
是
is
真的很不想要跳掉那些
playing
小乐色
Shieldred
们
and then Jim using a fight or
OK，
bite effect
跳这个
with the 5/5 token that he
是
has
拿
a way
一
to get the Shieldred off the
拿一个
battlefield.
永
So
久物。
perhaps, finding some way to
哇哦，拿到太费力啦！
maybe that's what Simon would be looking for here.
那你的修蕊只会跳到士兵喽。
With Sandstalker Moloch on end step, which did trigger.
It feels bad every time your opponent plays that
Yeah.
and gets the value.
Really good 2 for 1.
来，要不要继续摊地牌？还是这边就做一波
Three
x
Raiders
等
to
于
draft.
4，
Yep.
5 x等于5。
Ooh, lots of mana here. Is this an invasion of New Phyrexia?
x 等于5，
Yes.
That is a lot of tokens. 5 tokens?
Yep. looks
裁
like
判
5.
token 不够啦。
Okay.
Boy, that's
OK x 等于
really,
5，
really tough for
That is a
Nielsen.
lot.
突然场面就多了10攻，哎，
There's a good
修蕊
Yeah. I mean, that is a lot of power that can come in. Likely gonna wait till
跳飞衍生物啊，就只会跳到那个1、2而已啊。
Simon's gonna transform.
对啊，
Yeah,
the agent.
make a 3/3 body there, right? Oh!
What does he have? I can't see.
哇哦，
Deluge!
这是
Oh, what is that gonna leave?
哇操嘞，
Is he
这
only leaving
这
the
这
5/5?
全部减2减2，直接扫烂。哇
Wow!
哦
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Oh my god，
Close.
跟鬼一样。
That was
Simon,
savage.
that was
Oh,
rude.
man.
克色牌克爆你家，
Happy when he saw that thing get transformed.
I mean, that is a heck
听说你是白蓝双色骑士下
I don't think we
去，
saw that in Simon's main, so
哇哦！
Yeah, let me double check. I am curious. He may have brought it in just
Could've,
for
yeah.
the
wow.
for the
哇
Phyrexia.
哦，
Let's see, Glistening Deluge.
太神啦！克色牌，
Sideboard. I mean, those cards are so powerful.
What a
Just that entire cycle, really.
对，
disgusting.
来把 Jim Davis 打下神坛。
I mean, how does Jim recover from that?
Jim is not going to recover from that.
Just calling it now.
I mean,
被排举中招，对啊。
Right, yeah, you're absolutely right.
And why keep it in hand when you can have it on the battlefield?
You can just have it on, but you can now just.
死兔仔继续偷嫖你，好爽！灰色宰相也要干你了。挡不挡？不挡我抽一张，挡的话你1只55。
Just to potentially just get in for some more damage because you can incubate anyways.
对。
Oh, just more creatures. Why not? Sacking one.
对。生2只 token 直接吃了。你有白扫场吗 ，Davis？
Wow, Simon Nielsen putting on a clinic in the feature match here.
直接吃。
Game 1 wasn't really much of a game.
Yeah, he just curved out.
But this and
再继续吃，各种吃，吃的好爽，吃起来，压起来吃。
Unbelievable.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, it looked like Jim was able to was
直接吃了。
of turning it around, right? But man, that deluge.
Yeah, I mean, Jim was ahead. Even with the shield red, he was looking okay.
And here I am.
哦，5具，连5具都有，5具贴上来，战阶开始升，升完之后把它给吃了。
And now he's using the Rager to turn all of these little junkers into cards.
This is so much.
好了啦，下一把了啦。哦，没有下一把了。
He got a free one as well, and that's
啊，想说哦，5只骑士，然后啪。
That does, by the way, even things up as far as the X and ones.
哇，真的是没什么想法哎。中这个真的是吐出来。
And Jim are both sitting in that slot.
Yeah, so now we just have a ton of players in 9 and 1. We're not going to have one person just run away with it and get those 12 wins. But again, all these players still in fantastic position. Jim starting out with 8 and 0, still needs to get those 4 wins to lock himself a slot into the top 8. And you know, his deck does have a decent amount of power, but Glistening Deluge is not one that he wants to see.
没了。
That was a sideboard champion for Simon Nielsen. All right, we're going to take a short break.
Sideboard champion.
News desk setting up for the next round of draft. Here from Pro Tour. Don't go anywhere.
那克色牌真的好痛哦，全家死光光。他没了。怎么会有奇怪的广告？休息一下，喝个水。 好，回来啦。Don't sleep on Duke 是怎样 ？Red Duke 是睡着了是不是？刚刚好像没有看到 Red Duke 的分数，是不是？刚刚没有特别注意，有人有看到吗？
About it behind the scenes,
来，
figure out if
回
anybody
来
has done
了
it. We came up with the fact that Luis Scott Vargas has in fact done it, but that was the only name we could come up with, Monty.
Yeah, that was 3 Pro Tours, not a World Championship in that mix, mind you. So Nathan being World Champion and then getting a top 8 already.
6杠
He's
3
making it look really impressive.
Yes, he certainly is, and he talked with Cedric Phillips after his last win.
I am here with the reigning world champion, Nathan Stoyer. Nathan, you just defeated Javier in the feature match area, bringing you up to 8-1. How'd that match go?
It went really well. I'm playing this black-red aggressive deck, and Javier is playing this green-white slower deck.
多打一个红黑奶人。
And so I knew I was going to have to get aggressive before he drew that card to win. And game 1 went super well, and my value creatures just generated a lot of cardboard. And then in the game 2, I played Traumatic Revelation, and I took
然后最后靠着右手自摸一只。
and was like, okay, well, if he hits his 5th land on turn 5, it's going to be really hard for me to fight through these. I just have to play as if he's going to miss that land for a few turns, and he did.
没错，他抽到第5块地我就要倒了，但是他没有抽到。我很会切牌，好玩游戏，每天要玩。
Maybe hoping for a 2-1. Is that the idea here?
Yeah, I would be more than happy with a 2-1. I think my deck has a lot of cheese value, which is a good place to be. I have no rares or anything, but one card I really like is the Remotion Greatsword, which is Convoke 5 mana +3/+1 for equip 2. And so putting that on 1/1s or my 3/2s is just a good plan of getting the last few points in the late game. I have 2 copies of that card, and so
真的很喜欢那把剑，我超不喜欢的。
and get them low in the early game, and I'm hoping they stumble and my deck performs well.
All right, good luck.
There's your world champion, Nathan Stoyer, putting himself in a great position to potentially make yet another top 8. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. Find out where we are here on day 2.
看一下。
Pro Tour March of the Machine. Like I mentioned, 4 players
8-1的4个人。
sitting at 8-1, Monty.
There are 4, and 3 of them, Maria, are team handshake. I keep talking about it. They had
80刚下去了哎，80刚摔车了。
3 of them, Simon Nielsen, Nathan Stoyer, Carl Serap, now at 8-1. The only one that lost, Javier Dominguez, well, he lost to Nathan. They had no chance of having all 4 winning that.
那个我们有新的渡边了，
Incredible, Monty.
新的瓦塔纳贝。
How dominant they are being at this top level.
LSV 7-2，好猛哦 ！LSV 重返荣耀。Andrew Santos 6-2。
Yeah, pretty impressive names. Shota Yasuoka unfortunately didn't pick up.
对 ，Shota Yasuoka 刚刚那一把输了。对。然后 Ellie Lavaman 也输了，哇，有点尴尬。6-3们。 还是没看到 Red Duke， 所以 Red Duke 大概是爆开了。
Versus Javier Dominguez. Let's get to know our players a little bit better. Karis from Greece qualified.
哎，我们来看一下他会不会再卡一把地。我们这样奶人好像不太对哦。
What a great Pro Tour start for that gentleman. There's a look at Javier Dominguez, your 2018 world champion, has more than $500,000 in lifetime earnings to his name. All right, let's take a look at these players' decks as well here in draft and find out What you think about him, Mani?
Yeah, Maria, we're going to start taking a look at Kakidis's deck, and I believe this is actually going to be a green-white
来
mirror.，
这个是我们刚刚看，哎，哦，这是另外一个，所以这是两个白绿的对打，白绿的内战。哦，两只1点窄，两只1点翻，两只2点窄，两只2点翻，啊，然后一个 Q， 两个骑士放撒豆的，然后两只Convoke4都在他手上，然后节干杀。他是背牌吧？他不是放正边吧？他是不是符合情侣啊？他是符合情侣哎。对啊，所以他的节干杀应该是背牌吧
？We do see a bit of a different direction. The big key card here is, of course, Sunfall.
这个比较慢，但是带一张少场的白绿，没错，白绿内战。不过被扫一次人大概要没。
For this green-white counter strategy, the Botanical Brawler. So having those definitely gives him a bit of an edge up, and then he has 2 of the more powerful uncommons to go along with it in Storm the Seed Core and Invasion of Moog to put counters on a lot of his creatures.
All right, well, let's find out which green-white deck can get it done. I'm moving on over to Alien Corey here.
不是你们这两副白绿那个有少场的优太多了吧？
Corey Basta, I called you wrong. Corey Baumeister, there we go. We're just warming up, friends. Alongside myself, Eliloni, it's lovely to have you here, and we have an awesome matchup indeed. Some green-white, you know, just beat 'em up style magic here in the limited portion of our tournament. So let's get to it. Let's shake a leg and see what these players, how they can improve their records and what shenanigans they get up to, Corey.
Let's do it. Yeah, both decks look really strong. You know, there's some bombs aplenty here in the form of Sunfall. I believe we even have.
我觉得有少场的那边优太多了啦，尤其是白绿这种要铺场套牌。 真的是吃一次少场人就要没了。
You know, if you can get a Botanical Brawler or 2, as we see in Javier Dominguez's list, you are going to be having a good time with the backup mechanics. So
yeah, that card can really get out of hand, and there we do see for Karis there, Giganta in the top right-hand corner. Whenever you just get 8 total cards, that extra card in Constructed, it's excellent. In Limited, it's super excellent, and it's much more impactful. You know me, I'd prefer Yorian, but Giganta very good as well.
We can't all open the big Sky Noodle, all
there
right?
we go.
想一下
，OK. Creature down on the board here, up against an equally
看一下后面
fearsome foe, especially when this card flips. You know, this guy making copies of itself. The Sunblessed Guardian is no joke.
出一只骑士先攻打3。
to be
好
able to
顺
put
哦
on that Sunblessed Guardian, then when you flip it, you're equally having as large of a second creature that's coming into play as well.
手牌还有2个4可以接，挺不错的。
Anybody who plays a lot of Magic Online will know him as a little bit better as Mogged, someone I've lost to so many times on Magic Online.
Hey, no shame in that, you know.
Yep.
You don't feel bad
back
when
up
you lose to,
警戒
you know, players of this caliber. So
打3。
we had this
这边应该是不太会换吧。
against the Cavaliers, so gonna be doing some night things here, especially when you have a night ETB. You know, you get the vigilance, you get the buff.
手牌
So starting off here,
有没有
looking pretty good here for Javier Dominguez.
有没有更多的骑士？
Tempting trade as well there. I mean, you have a 2/2 that's already, you know, one of the better uncommons, especially for the Celestia archetype, to not just trade with a 3/3. You know, when it didn't have any help to back it up or anything, but looking at Javier's hand, it makes a lot of sense. You storm the seed core and Fertilid's favor as two traps already, or 2 pump spells, excuse me. So it makes sense. Javier wants to try to take advantage of those cards.
Oh man, Storm the Seed Core is such a bomb.
So
if you
一直打
yeah, you're gonna die plenty of times to that card. Just it's
一
no
直
shame in
打
that either. But the Knights swinging in here, just a 3/3 at the time being, just screaming, block me. You know you want to.
Yep, exactly. Javier, a lot more. And holding up the creature there maybe as like, oh yeah, you want to block? It's just going to go to the graveyard. There's nothing bad that's going to happen when we know there is some shenanigans afoot.
Oh yeah, Golden Scale Aeronaut coming up soon here for Javier Dominguez. Also has Fertilid's favor and Storm Seed Core, like you mentioned. Jumping Kavu, Realm Breaker's
4
Grasp,
点
wary
出，
Thespian. Yeah, that's what you should be in
没错
this kind of
，backup。
format.
哎
Very，
我
wary
不会被
indeed.
2一下挡，
Jumping
但是他是
Kavu.
3。
Give another counter
对
to its buddies. So we're going to see a swing out here. Can't be blocked by Power to or less, but that is a 3-1 on the other side.
So yeah, Javier doing a little read
这边就
will
是
kind of inform you as well. On the flip side, it would turn
开始
into
考虑有没有
a
要
5-5
把
that
这一
when
只
attacked, it
换
creates
下
another
来了。
5-5, another 3-3 with 2 counters on it. So now Javier has a decision. Do you want to block with the 3-1 and Fertilid's favor it to just take down the large creature, or use Fertilid's favor to eat the 2-2 vigilance and still have a creature left over?
来，
I mean, either way, I think
好，
getting rid of
选
one of
择
these
比较
creatures is a
贪的
good
那一
place to
边，
start, so-
Yeah.
阻挡之后放2个
Clear
豆
out。blockers there with the Cavalier. Jump in the way of the vigilant attacker. And Fertilid's favor
放2个
to
豆
get，the lands, get the counters.
有没有大步飞跃？
Fertilid, and I'm glad to see it like make a resurgence here in Fertilid's favor. So
Yeah, there you go. Fertilid's favor, combat trick used to be just a great 3-mana 2-2,
Yeah,
right? You remove one and search for a land.
好，没有
Yeah,
大
this
步
is
飞
one I
跃。
didn't necessarily think was going to be that strong in
Yeah.
this limited set, but ends up having some really nice synergies, and especially if you have any kind of splash.
Yeah.
That's when I really love this card. Javier doesn't have a splash here,
那
but
这边
still
要
has
让它
the power
飞
to
起
make
来了
it
吗？
worth it.
yeah, you know, I think just being able to get ahead,
哇
and get something off
哦
the board,
Yeah.
it's a pretty good card.
飞
if you don't
先
have
攻
any
变连
cheaper
级的
combat
吗
tricks？or
对，
resistance,
先攻变
so
连级的。
Looking pretty good here so far for Javier. A formidable foe
这
on the
边
other side.
出个4，
And the, let's
然后
take a look
先
at
攻变
Kara's
连级，
Kiss.
然后可以啪啪。
And looks like we do have the knight
有点
where
强
you can give all your
有
first
点
strikes
强这
double
手
strike here
Quentin.
in Javier's hand. Not necessarily any big synergies with the first strike right now, but that card gets so much better when you have a lot of backup.
Yeah.
Or if you have Storm the Seed Core. If you just put all 4 counters on that, that's 12 damage.
这个是现在是5-3连击，
Trample on
跟4-4警戒。
double striker, excuse me.
对
That's pretty good indeed, but that's coming later. That's just a taste of things to come if Javier Dominguez has his way.
Yeah. Absolutely. So playing the knight pre-combat there allows not only the Lancer to become a
5-3 连
4-4
击
outside the Kavu, but
光个大步
also
飞跃就
the
死了。
3-1 now a 5-3 to be able to have first strike. So Cars really doesn't have any great blocks.
还挡不住那个3-3，最尴尬。唱赔拳少10滴，
It's meant to do the chomping, but
10滴血
this，time around in the
10滴
situation,
血
and
吃
down to
送
14,
送一
that's
下吧。
respectable life total, but
10
seeing
滴
the
血很
win
太多了
today,
呢。
you might be a little like, yeah,
4剩
this is
10
not。great in a backup deck.
Yeah, not
At least
really.
for Cars. For Javier, it's great.
And just a chump block there.
Yeah, because if we go Golden Scale Aeronaut next turn, just that on Quendi, that's still a lot of damage
Yeah,
coming
no,
through.
no
这边
Quendy with wings.
要把
here,
先
very
攻仔挡
scary thing
关
here
起来
for
了。
Cars. And Cars has a couple of decent things. A Grasp as probably the best card
Yeah.
to interact a little bit, and then Knight Errant of Eos is an
笑死
extremely
这个先
powerful
攻变
rare
连
from the
击
set, but it's not very good at catching you up because to get value off that card, you do have to turn your creature sideways. So
Yeah.
not
And
exactly
in,
what Cars
yeah,
wants.
and not in the good way either, you know?
Yes.
Like, convoking when you're on the back foot feels so bad.
So bad. So
和平
bad.
主义
Unless
该
you
贴
can
了
to cut
受不
short
了了
creature or something like that in combat,
受
it
不
is
了了。
becoming very, very bad pretty quickly.
Yeah.
对，
Alrighty.
可以出个小汉仔
Cars
，
goes
吃他
here,
1
wary Thespian. Gonna surveil. At least it's a something in the way here. You're not
留
too
着
bad if
OK
it dies. And Realmbreaker's Grasp does take care of
这
a lot of
边
these threats.
So the C core right now just represents 12 damage. That
飞
would
兵
have
飞起
to-
来打
that
6，
would have to be blocked, so you could chump
剩
with
4。
the large 4/4 here from Karis.
哇哦，还抽到这个，
Interesting.
哇！
Combination alien.
那我要全部放豆喽，
Oh my
全
goodness.
部放
So
豆
Javier。is incentivized to put counters on different creature because Brawler does only trigger off individual targets.
Yeah.
So ideally when you have Brawler, the thing you want to be doing is spreading out to 4 different creatures because then you get 4 counters onto
3个一
Brawler.
个，
But when you have
Do you
an
need it, though?
incredibly powerful double
3
striker
个
here,
一
you're
个哦
definitely more incentivized
不是2个
to
2
just
个
be
哦。
loading that up.
Oh yeah.
And I like how Javier is distributing this because then that is just submitting a lethal attacker with the double striker. So
yeah, that's just like if you weren't dead already, you're extra dead now.
Yeah.
Put on if one or more if it's the first time，
So
可
it should
是
be coming a 4-4 unless I am missing
就会
something
变
there
4-4 而
for the
已吧
brawler.？
对啊，
Yeah.
对。
There we go.
然后冲啊！
You is all
这
I
一
have to
拳
say
打
about
这个
that.
打
So
10，
Wendy is now what 10?
Yep, Wendy
他
is
是
a
不是会践
10-5
踏？
creature
是不是已经死了啊？
At least something has to get in the way.
对
Yeah, just too much to come back from.
Owie.
Yeah, no
Okay,
kidding.
this deck is sweet from Javier Dominguez, former world
Really
champion.
哇，他有扫场
And,
了，
unfortunately lost
前面
round
就是
1,
可以
2.
不用
Well,
不用
current
铺那么多
world
生物
champion
了。
Javier. But yeah, this matchup seems a little bit better. The Rakdos sacrifice up against this slower
来
style.
大家
Celestia
1-2 对
deck
看，
doesn't line up as well, but
大家都不要玩。
Nathan Stoyer is very quickly cementing himself as one of the best Magic
打
players of all time.
挡啊
He
干
is unbelievable.
unreal. I mean, the last 2 events we commentated together, he was in the elimination
Yeah.
matches on Sunday. It just seems
先
like a
先
right
吓吓
to
你
just be saying Nathan Stoyer on Sunday, you know?
It's incredible stuff. Let's see if he can continue his run. See if he can maybe make another top 8 and tie up Luis Scott Vargas in that sense. But for now,
第二
Secondary
只
Bond Wardens 3, I say now.
嗯，是不是要把它变成2-3，把2-2挡下来？
The lifelink on the other side, an excellent target for backup mechanics as
这
well.
样哦。
And another fun thing there about Nathan is in his free times, he'll
这样的话也行啦，也行。
events as well. Won it 2 weeks ago as well. Just winning a modern event too on his spare time, you know. It is incredible.
紫檀1，紫
Where
檀
this
1
being
地牌不
began
要
with
了，
Surveil. And then we've got Target Dune Shaper. I like this Jackal. I think
总
he's
不可能打吧？打了被2只挡，白痴。
becomes a little tramply friend.
来，
Yeah, it's
3、
hard to break
4、
habits of
5，
Magic players, and you're like, put your library over
哪一
there.
块
Like,
地
no, I don't wanna.
It really is hard, yeah, absolutely.
好，
Gotta
选
be
择
used to
拿
those feature matches, but this
拿
is
战役也
Paris's
行，
Pro
拿
Tour
战役也挺不
debut.
错的。这个
Yeah,
补士
and just doing
补
so
士抽一
great
张，
already, for his first Pro Tour.
Excellent to see all these new faces on the Pro Tour, and we hope to see them several times over.
And wow, look at that hand alley from
来
Javier. Just
这
a
边
nice
要
one. You have the
做一
Outmaster,
个
you have
大
the
的
Core,
骑士了
pick
吧
up？that invasion, and then Sunfall if you need, as well as the Forest to be able to cast Storm the Seed Core. So, I mean, just a picture-perfect hand really for Javier so far.
1、2、3、4、5、
But that
6，
being said, we do have
5点而已。
Aaron
对，
Aos
找
to be able to
4，
pick up a couple of creatures here, and you can even get 4 drops here at this point.
哇，好爽哦！
Yeah, Knight Errant is an excellent card, and at this point in the game, you're happy to see it because you have a
拿2
bunch
张
of
4
creatures
费
on
以
the
下的
board. You get to
啊，
convoke,
不能拿
there's
自己，
no risk of
亏了。
being one shot on the crackback or anything like that. So
Exactly. This is when Convoke
Yeah.
style effects like this are at their premium for sure.
it's kind of like the later it gets in the game, the worse Convoke gets.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it should be 3.
对，拿2张
Should be
X 等于
about 4
4，
less. So yeah, you can get Cobble.
X is the creatures that convoked. So it should be 3.
Yeah.
Or has he got more?
Nope, this is correct what Karis is saying.
I think you're right. I've never played the cards, so I want to make double sure.
Yeah. And I mean, here's another thing for players at home that are like,
确定一下。
my opponent. I don't want to call a judge or something. This is a former world championship, former world champion. Just calling to double check. There's no shame in calling judges to make sure you know how your cards work.
Yeah. So it's going to get the Billy Rider then?
Billy Rider and
Yeah.
the Kavu. It gets both. It gets 2 creatures. Double checking that one
然
there.
后洗牌，
It's a great way to refill the hand.
Okay.
Billy Rider joins the fray. Another good target for backup.
A very good target for backup. So now it's going to be really interesting
继续
what
抽
Javier
1
does
补
here.
1张
If you try to storm the
继
seed
续
core to
set
be a
up
little
扫
bit
场
more aggressive, or what I kind of expected him to do here is play it a little bit more conservatively, a little more coy, and next turn line up Sunfall, which is
下一次要扫场了，好残忍这画面。
Sunfall indeed. As we see, Invasion of Dominaria hit the board, so 4 life and a card for Javier Dominguez. The backside of this card, pretty good, but
Yeah.
at a certain point, when do you ignore the battles?
You know, most of the time, whenever you can paint a clear picture of how you are going to close out the game, you think if I make this attack and then next turn, it's going to be very difficult for them to stop this attack to make lethal, aka like have to play 2 removal spells, 2 creatures to get in front of the some blockers and stuff like that.
对手脸上写着我有烧场。
So when we're still at 24-20 life, you would almost expect Javier to prioritize dealing with that invasion because on the backside it is Sarah Angel. Yes.
The Angel is super tempting, but you know, at this
rate, on
this board, like this has got to be
最后一拳，至少这一拳不会被挡。
It's getting late. It's sunfall time.
I think so. Time to sunset here because Javier is about to have a phenomenal play next turn for Sunfall, and I think the one thing Javier really wants to do here is you can chump block away some of your creatures, but the one thing Javier wants to keep around is a grand total of 5 creatures
不能被2以下挡。
so that you can incubate 5 to then pressure the invasion the following turn.
Yeah, for sure. Because at the moment, Kars is probably feeling pretty confident. Yeah, I can protect this battle, no problem.
Yeah.
脸上写着要被放逐啦。真的有少场的这个内战太有利了。
Yeah, you have to like I don't know. Scroll shift doesn't get around it.
下地少场。
Indestructible doesn't work because it exiles. Yeah, so there really is not much besides countering.
我很遗憾。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。 9吧。
Sure.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7吧。哦，8。
That's a big friend. Now there is a creature in hand.
8。
But no 5th land.
It's a big creature though. It can kill the incubate token if you're able to draw land. So
99。 开始没什么想法了，拆掉了。但是你的场面已经回不来了。
And wake up that little incubator token.
Yeah, absolutely. But all that being said, Javier's hand is stocked here.
Like
the Sunfall is definitely gone out of that hand, but we'll have
the follow-up is gross.
Yeah, another land to just Alabaster host the creature if you want. Can get
回来
creature with this.
不是很重要。
Plenty of gas in the tank.
Yeah, it's a really cool card just to recur some of your the stuff that's been chucked in the bin. Not a super
有点晚， 不过至少是张料啦。对，青蛙扛爆个出。
And Javier's deck is not really on the aggressive Celestia backup plan, trying to get you
把节杆杀拿起来了。
It is
这边的话 ，backup 可以去打战役了。
And high synergies with these counters. You have Botanical Brawler, a
它可以先出白绿。
just not really as aggressively slanted.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Ooh, okay. Speaking of Botanical Brawler, is that about to hit the board with the Bond Warden?
We got a great turn here, Ailey. You
先出白绿2颗，然后出1点白 backup， 左边变大，右边变大。
Just make sure. I mean, the 3/2 body is the only thing across the way. So
还是他想要直接灌，直接把灌不下来啊。
Okay.
Doesn't decide to do it here, but you do have fertility.
还要用着地的灌也行。
Yeah. And you know you're
上一把已经吃过了，但是
probably not going to trade, but
那也是没有办法。
对。Fertilit's favor again.
快递。
And you heard Kara say, "It's like I'm sure this is gonna work." And blocked it.
Yeah, you know, caught between a rock and a hard place, or in this case,
这边少场真的是太难玩啦！少场还是很炸，你看刚刚又不是卡地，唉。
Bond Warden not amazing, but Alabaster and Storm, very powerful cards.
继续出解干杀。
Alabaster host intercessor is just going to say, "Oh hi, Gigantha.
Yeah.
You were a nice big body, but alas, no more."
1、2、3、4、5、6，关掉。
Here comes great exile effect. And oftentimes with the intercessor, you have to be careful about what you grab, because if there is a ETB creature that you need to nab with it, you know, you're just going to get got by that effect again. if that intercept is dealt with, but grabbing a token
backup 自己吗？
So good. Yeah, if you hit like an invasion, the backside
还是放狐狸
get the front side back.
都不错。
Okay, that's a real cost.
对。
Yeah.
So one nice thing for cars here is at least
放
there
自
is
己 OK，
one thing
然
you
后
can be
放
doing here
变
is
大。
blocking and then using convoke to aerial boost up a creature.
那这个打战役，这个打脸。
Just double checking to make sure the synergies with the brawler here
这
is
边的战役，
very
这边打脸。
Looks like both of them swinging towards the battle, I believe. Or are we splitting it?
Looks
One
like
to
the
face,
brawlers
one
to
to
the
battle.
face.
最贪的那一边，当权战役
But Javier
也是
picked
一
up
张
an
牌
aerial。boost of his own as well, so it might,
哎，
might
大
have
不飞
to
跃
boost off here.
来，我也有，我很遗憾。
A boost off indeed.
呵呵
Oh boy.
，Top
Alright, well,
Deck，
the
我
battle
没有
still
烧
stands,
场。
Not for long, Alien.
抽牌
Just a land,
That's
yeah,
gonna be it.
no way to
Jeez,
come
yeah.
爆
back.
开，
Man, that was a beating.
That was a beating.
Javier just found so much.
不行啦，有烧场真的差太多了，有烧场真的差太多了。我一开始说了，就是有烧场的赢，
And I mean, Javier really had to have that sunfall on that turn. Cars really had just a ton of pressure there.
你从前面他们几乎没有在下生物，大概就可以猜到，就是手上扣了一张烧场，不给玩啊！
Draft those ones.
Yeah.
When we come back, friends, we're going to have plenty more magic from the draft portion of the Pro Tour, so don't go anywhere. Simon Nielsen versus Nathan Stoyer up next.
”休息一下2分钟，上个厕所。OK， 我们回来啦。那这个对局应该是刚刚那个嘛？刚刚我觉得拿的比较好的，把 Jim Davis 干下来的那个红黑嘛，所以是一个红黑内战。
They're crushing it. This
they
team,
are absolutely crushing it.
This team making up half of Pod 1 for day 2 is so incredible that this team just every single Pro Tour is really showing us, especially how to draft, but really that they're one of, if not the best team in the world.
They sure are. They can make that claim pretty darn soon if they haven't so already with the results that they've been putting up. So let's jump into this head-to-head here. Nathan Stoyer up against Simon Nielsen. Hey, they both started playing the same year. That's pretty cool.
Impressive.
And look at that already. 4 top finishes for Nathan Stoyer. Unbelievable stuff from the young man. And they're looking. It's unfortunate when you have to play teammates. You know, it's not the best feeling in the world, but at the end of the day, you want to walk home with $50,000, which is up for grabs here for the champions. So.
But when you're playing each other at this stage in Pod 1, when you're kind of at the top, then not so bad, because even win-lose, one of the players is in a great position to make a run at this 12 wins to get into the top 8, and the loser, well, still in a pretty good spot here. One thing I will say is both these players are playing a red-black base deck here, but Simon's is way better. Simon's deck is a solid 9.5.
没错 ，Simon's deck is way better.
Draft, and it was fine. He started off by picking
Atraxa.
Or no.
Shieldred.
Shieldred. No.
Atraxa.
Okay, yeah, maybe Atraxa. Elishnorn.
One of them. There we go. The other
Started off
one.
with Elishnorn, and then really derailed from completely, but didn't really full on.
希有人爱雷同亚纯下傻傻分不清楚，反正都是3个字的音节。很顺啊，一回刀，二回这个，3回就可以贴了打，然后再出一个2，直接杀了，减2 ，OK。
As well as is that a Boomtown Beatstick?
I believe it is.
有出什么东西吗？
So cool.
哦，升2之1。
I am a fan. All right, we see a couple 1-1s join the party as well, and yeah, equipping that Beatstick, being able to get a treasure, ends up just being really strong in this format, especially if you're splashing for some other buff.
Oh yeah. If you can get a creature in unchecked, you know, perhaps on one of these Oral's reinforcement elementals, you know, get a couple treasures.
这把刀会威慑真的很猛。
A very, very good round indeed here. As we're going to take a look in the hand here, gift of completion. Going to take a squiz.
Yep, taking a peek. Nothing to hit off the discard.
没有东西可以丢。
I love the design of this. You know, most of the time when you have a Thoughtseize or a duress style effect and you miss, it just really, really feels bad. But
对，没错，我也觉得这个系列的这一张吊牌设计的非常的好。 不用担心说会有那个。对。翻2张。设地。贴。打3。剩一个珍宝。赚啦！赚烂了，赚烂了。
Premium removal indeed. So things looking pretty good here for Sam Nielsen.
没错，继续打。
Mr. Checklist Card on Twitter always jams out to some good tunes.
Yep, absolutely.
反正我手上有沙，不怕你。
Not only in paper events, but especially in the digital era as well. See him dancing around, whether he wins or loses, to be honest.
He's always just having a good time.
I think I remember seeing him dance around while his opponent was comboing off against him. He's like, you know what else am I gonna do? Yeah.
继续不管。5点。正拍刀子吗？好，翻过来 ，OK。打3。7。
Unless you're igniting them, of course. But
there you go.
再出一个仔。
Alrighty, where are we going here for?
吃杀。
It's going to be Dreg Recycler.
小面3一下。哦，没有，先选魔3张。哇，有死处仔，有敏捷仔，都好棒哦。
Yeah, only had 1 card, so Simon was very much hoping to at least mill 1.
都超强的。
And we did see in the last round, Simon unsealed and just flipped over Shieldred. Pretty good, pretty good.
所以他这边出海盗，然后吃珍宝，杀掉，哇，好痛哦这一拳。
Dinosaurs and vampires. Vampires are my favorite.
What a combo, huh?
I know. Maverick and Galta, you know, still a better love story than Twilight.
上啊，船长！
Got him.
I'll take your word for it, I guess.
You were never subjected to it?
I was not.
Okay.
Nope.
You don't. Alrighty, here comes the captain herself, Lannery Storm.
直接换贴，打很痛的。
Onto her, swing on in.
对。打6。1、2、3、4，哦，打5。剩9。然后再出一只仔。反正我会威慑。 转烂了，直接翻。对，翻过来就会有守护2。
Nathan's deck doesn't have the best amount of removal. It's decent, you know, deadly derision or 2.
你要6费才能杀喽。
Huge catch-up mechanism. So if Nathan falls too far behind here, it's going to be near impossible to catch up.
Yeah. And at this point, sitting at 9 life, it feels like he is falling a little bit
至少还挡得住船长。
Does have the drag recycler, so can pad the life total. You know, if he needs to get into a chump and sack situation, sure.
6费杀。
Deadly derision on the flip side of the spear.
Yeah.
Being able to get a treasure here. Good start.
So spell spear down.
一直抽2。
But still has the Lannery to deal with, and this little elemental, he's just chilling for the time being.
Convoke 出剑装备。升一个珍宝。1、2。
This gives trample 2. That is gonna hurt. That's a lot of damage coming through.
1、2、3点 PP， 反正2只上来就是全换嘛。对啊。
Both of these teammates really highly value the greatsword because Nathan picked this very aggressively.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Equity on it as well. Believe Nathan even has 2 of this card.
Man, that hurts.
Yep, double for Nathan. A single great sword for
这换，接下来开始各种贴，人要没了呢。
Blocking with the great sword and equipped creature is fine, but definitely a much better card to be attacking with.
Oh yeah, yeah, you want to be swinging with that for sure. Now only 1 creature left for Simon Nielsen, so Nathan doing a good job.
每一只1烂仔都可以加4加1，然后威慑。哦，但是有先攻仔挡下来了。 妈，挡着下来了，妈，有没有杀？
Just being able to get some blockers down. The red cap heel slasher, he picked that up pretty late in pack 3, I believe it was. So just getting some first strike going there. That'll help against the equipped creature, whatever does join the fray. But Stormclaw Rager is pretty darn good.
Yep, absolutely, and that was pretty much the reason Nathan switched off from being black-white, was just picked up 2 Stormclaw Ragers really late, and it almost looked like strange picks, you know, Paul and Marsha were calling that, and we're slightly surprised by how fast Nathan went away for a good 3-drop, you know, maybe not the absolute
这个传记是哪一个传记啊？
But he just immediately snapped it off and got off of it. Now this is really big. Invasion to sacrifice a creature here.
哦，目标玩家牺牲一个生物旅法，然后扣1滴血。很强，这个场合。
Target player sacks a creature and loses a life.
Yep, this is having Nathan sacrifice one of the creatures, which is
跳先攻仔吗？
Equipping on any creature. Nathan's gotta prioritize leaving 2 creatures behind, otherwise this Rager with the beam stick and the great sword is just going to be far too much for Nathan to overcome.
选择留先攻仔。
Alrighty, so Rager in.
对，没有敏捷啊，哥哥，没有敏捷，没有敏捷，不行不行。
But decides to leave it back just in case there were some kind of pump spell, maybe.
什么？怎么才不是为了留下来？他没有敏捷啊！
Here for Nathan Stoyer. Decent blocker. The first strike definitely helps, and there's a Stormclaw.
然后大家都有。
Excellent pickup there when you got extra treasures laying around, extra small incubate tokens.
Yeah.
The 1-mana lifelinker that then incubates to do it again, so you can kind of munch on that twice.
Yeah, Ica Drinker's great at that.
One of the cards that
但是这边5具装你好像打不赢了呢。
Really high on was that little 1-drop that. You know, I didn't value super high, but the more and more I played with it, the more it really kind of showed its stuff.
You know, things that replace themselves.
OK， 选择先把它吃了。抽一张。
Long live the Eker drinker there, huh?
he lived about as long.
再服越后再吃掉。
There you go, there you go.
哦。
You're really hitting me with a lot of references.
哇哦，来了无巨人。
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Just TLDR, everyone dies.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
站街生2只，
Long live the king.
全打。
Look at this
Wow.
huge attack here.
Oh, hey, Valduk.
Valduk with 2 equipments to be able to get 2 3-1s into play.
That is awesome.
That demands a removal spell that will assuredly win the game here. This is a card that gets to pressure your opponent without
有减3减3吗？没有，剩3。Token buy.
Really impressive, kind of out of nowhere hit there.
Yeah. Oh man, if you hit any like sack synergies,
减2张。
Valduk next turn will be
减2张有什么东西有救的？
These tokens before they exile at the end step.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That is disgusting.
We like to chew on tokens as Recto sacrifice. Yes, we do.
And right now, Simon likes to chew on current world champions because this is looking like GG.
这边跳下来，红这边跳下来。 有什么东西可以吃的
？Stormclaw Rager. So unseal the necropolis, getting back some goodies. Definitely needs them.
扣31，然后呢？吃了。
Oh, just sacrificing it to draw 2 card or to draw a card off the Rager and hope.
然后呢？
Yes? Question mark?
然后呢？ 你打不掉那个4-3呢？他现在是4-3呢。
Yeah, looks like that is
it.
it.
That's gonna be it. Now, what kind of a player are you, Corey? Do you look at the top of the library to see what was next, or you just leave it? Always. Why? Why do you do that to yourself?
You know, I have to justify that I got unlucky, you know, in some way. You know, it just really helps me sleep at night.
然后掉入一次开奶啦。
Most of the time, I'm not at pot 1 in this draft. You know, I'm the squeak in at 4-4.
哇，一定红，这只也很棒。
Happy to be there for day 2 type of play.
中后期也是吃第一。
That's not gonna make a difference. Drag Recycler and Ucky Scrap Chomper, 2 sacrifice outlets down on the board. Looking to get going here.
Such an adult decision from you.
Yeah, team never look.
开始出一些小垃圾。
There in the bottom left-hand corner, opening hand of 6 cards, so did take a mulligan.
Getting the Furnace Gremlin down 2. This little guy, you certainly like to pump him up because when it dies, you get a big old token to replace it. Talking about things that replace themselves. So.
Yep, another card that is really great with the Furnace Rager. Or the Stormclaw Rager, excuse me. Just being able to sacrifice this and make a giant creature, or just make a small
Double
one
block 吗？
Yeah.
应该是不太可能吧，就吃2滴就好了。哦 ，double block 了，那就被加0先攻了，爆开。
That always feels good.
I just love the name of that card too.
That's really neat. So,
何必呢？何必呢？ 吃2滴是会死是不是？
Hey, Valduk is back. No beat sticks this time.
Yet, yeah, absolutely. Really powerful card in these Rakdos sacrifice strategies when you can get some equipment with them.
And it does look like opinions are changing on Rakdos sacrifice a bit. You know, all of the limited experts out there are starting to say, I'm sorry, I underestimated your power.
Yeah. No, the one thing that's really impressive to me is half the time when a limited set comes
真的有这么好吗？我觉得还好诶。我觉得黑白还是比较强一点。
It's so much better, quote unquote, than every other strategy. The one thing that's being proven here is players can just draft exactly what they're comfortable with, and they're having results with it. You know, it was pretty widely thought of going into this that blue-white, blue-black were kind of the top 2, and blue-white did have a great winning percentage as far as the 3-0s, but outside of that, everything was very condensed as far as what 3-0'd. So you can really kind of play anything in this format, and it is
we saw that yesterday.
Still one of my favorite limited formats, if not my favorite.
Back up.
This is indeed for an excellent set. Hanger Scrounger hits the battlefield.
看起来是没有招。
Gives the counter to the incubated
7抽1。
Get the discard and draw.
不是啊，前面那个吃那个加0先攻实在是太伤了。
and did have that mulligan, so nothing impressive, but there is a pylon.
Oh, nice.
But outside of that, Ailey, it was just 2 lands in hand for Simon, so looking to surveil into something great. A convenient 5-drop like Shieldred, maybe?
Oh, yeah, sure.
But
Let's
no
get some Praetors going.
No surveil with the Drag. Recyclers sacrificing that incubate token. But instead, you're probably going to draw that one anyways.
大家抹3张。
Freewheeler. Vanquish the Weak, unfortunately, hits the bin. But Nazumi Freewheeler is excellent. When it flips, brings back one of your little idiots, you know, like the discardy rat.
Yeah, and also
anything,
can bring back your opponent's stuff too if that is important. And we did hit a little bit of value in the yard by milling the incubate creature to be able to sacrifice that a little bit later.
Scornblade Berserker, looks like that's in the bin. That's also a nice card to recycle, I should say.
刚刚那样子，如果回应杀的话，不是会少抽1气吗？可是会被多打2滴哦。2滴血换对手1个气1抽1，不知道划不划算。
A big old beat stick. Oh, you think you got a big beat stick? Wait till you see my great sword.
And then here is a gigantic sword.
好，换我有刀了。
Really advantage to the person who has the great sword, surprisingly.
Oh
翻面。
boy. You know, Corey, they say size doesn't matter, but great sword, pretty good.
It is an impressive card, that is for sure.
Oh boy. Alrighty, what we got here? So we flipped the
来
freewheeler.
7抽2。
What have we got there? Is that Invasion of Mercadia, I believe?
That was actually a great draw here, being able to immediately attack that battle with the flip. Super strong.
That's excellent.
挺强的。
I believe that's Invasion of Mercadia.
翻过来也是蛮强的。
Right.
就干一个。
3/3 discard, make 2 1/1s.
Make a buddy, give everything haste. Unfortunately, our systems are down.
可是血量有点扛不太住的感觉呀。
No for sure, but yeah, Invasion of Mercadia.
Yep.
Draw discard.
这2个打也是啦，这2个不会拿来挡。
That card's excellent.
Really strong. Really strong. Saw Nathan make great work of that card last round against Javier.
Yeah, that's terrifying. If you can turn 2 that and then turn 3 kill it, you're running away with the game.
For sure. That being said, Simon does have to be very, very careful of how much you can attack because you have 2 creatures left.
没有吧？这边应该不会是给对手吧？应该是谁打掉就谁的吧？
21 to 10.
这边暂停指教裁判吗？对。
Having flipped that and gotten quite a bit of value.
Yep.
In time being, just getting a judge referral there.
没错，是我。
Straightening out something. Looks like we got this sorted out.
是我，你爹。
Flame right hits the board. If there is any discard fodder next turn, could be quite a big swing coming in. But yeah, Simon Nielsen is at 10. So does have to be cognizant
剩
of that,
10滴
especially
扛不扛得
with
住
effects like the drag recycle on the other side.
能扛住就还能打。
Doesn't really have to worry about blocking at all here. Attack with a creature that has a great sword, and then kind of go from there.
哇，
with
是不是
else
死
if
了
you can. Every other creature is pretty outsized right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, looks like Simon or Nathan.
All right, collective
漂亮。
4. Jury can get got. Or can get bigger, I should say.
Oh, but look at
response.
this heads-up play. Nathan sacrifices another creature to keep it alive. And yeah, I think Simon with the kind of, you know,
这样这一回合就扛住了。
maybe thought that that was
对，这一回合扛住了。
Oh man, that is excellent. But also, Jury dying is gonna hurt like, yes.
Yes.
It's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. If that card does die, and I mean, the one way to minimize that damage is if you can give it -3/-3.
Yeah, so this isn't going to hurt so much. Like Simon Nielsen
所以
is dead.
1、2、3、4
Yeah, I believe this is just an attack for
2。
Yeah, we need an exile effect ASAP for Simon Nielsen. I'm not sure if he's got anything
不是
like
减
that.
3减3吗
Yeah, something like
？3、4、5、6减3不是打哦打3对对对，
You're gonna take so much
剩
damage.
9
You're gonna take 6.
Yeah.
剩
You
6。
have to give this negatives to be able to.
Yeah, or exile it, something.
来，问题来了，
Unfortunately, no.
他只要把那一只吃了，6人就喷到你脸上，
And the Ranger
有没有杀？
sacrifice it to deal 6 straight away to
你
get
现在要立刻杀掉那个东西，
But of course, that is sorcery
而且还不能把他挡
only,
死。
and Nathan had that creature shrunk, so you couldn't do that second main phase to
Yeah.
win the game last turn.
Yeah,
In
just
case anyone was thinking Nathan would make a mistake, which he
Nathan?
does not
Mistakes?
do. Yeah.
I don't know this word. At least not next to the reigning world champ.
I can only do 20.
Wow, it says you're at 22. I can only deal 20.
Unbelievable
哎
stuff there, Nathan Stoyer.
站一环人家，站一环人家，你把它插起来了。
Recycler, baby.
There we go. That is pretty wild to being able to deal 20 there. Simon did have a large battlefield there.
哇，真的是开奶哥哥！
Simon on the play, not what you want to be doing when you're 8.
你知道为什么你少打2滴吗？就是因为你前面上去2挡1打那个很丑啊，哥哥。
Between the two lists, Simon Nielsen
真低
definitely
丑。
has strong card quality. So
Yes.
if anyone can get out of a 6-hand mull, well, 6-card mull, it should be him. He's
Something
scrap
with
jumper.
this quality for sure.
Oh,
OK，
you again?
又是
Every
我
single time I draft a cool rare.
又是我，你爹。
Never see it, huh?
What am I doing wrong?
I-
Searing Barb taking care of Velduk though, so no more stress there. There's a
等下
free
磨
winner
3张
discard. Ooh, that's a lot of good stuff in the bin.
Yeah, milled
打一
some decent stuff, but did
头
mill
打
a
一拳
2-drop, milled Timuret to be able to
Yeah.
at least flip next turn.
OK，
flip
磨到了
this free
5-5还
wheeler,
行
start。driving away with a couple other powerful cards in the graveyard.
This is like the boom, come with me if you want to live.
There you
Driving
go.
away, you know. Oh man. God was such a cool set.
Kamigawa was a really cool set.
Neon Dynasty, that
Absolutely.
is. Alrighty, where do we go from here? So we got the Drag Recycler, we have an itty bitty incubator token.
And I think Simon had at least 1 land, maybe 2 lands in hand, so kind of out of gas, but just being able to flip that card next turn, whenever you have
拿
one of
起来
those
了吗？
cards that are really powerful to transform when it goes the mana value into 1 more of the
Yeah.
mana value, those end up being some of the
Okay,
better
起
cards
抽
because
2
they just naturally curve into themselves.
Yeah, here comes Invasion of Arcadia once again. This card is really, really good. I like it a bunch.
Yep, big fan. A little thrill of discovery with extra bonus
这个
on
战
top
绩
of
真的
it.
是
I just love the battles. The battles create all these sub mini games, especially in combat where
看
your
起来
opponent
越
has
来越
to
有机
really
会啦。
prioritize leaving a creature back, maybe even if your opponent doesn't have a battle, because if they play it,
哎，
and
学
take
乖
it
了，
down,
不会再吃一
you
次
kinda
加
fall
领先
really
攻
far
了。
behind, so adds another layer of complexity here.
Drag Recycler getting in for 2 on that
有没有
battle.
西欧瑞？
Now we have Freewheeler and Aki Scrap Chomper. I think
西
we're
欧
gonna
瑞
see
来了
a
吧
pretty？ flop here.
哦，没有，直接翻。
So Freewheeler is gonna get Timmy back. Oh no, not.
好，马上被减3减
response.
3了。
Dead. Oh, that hurts.
爆
Usually you're happy
开
you don't get the flip. Oh man.
And the one of had the one of final flourish here to be able to deal with
Yeah.
that. And not a single other
Unbelievable.
card in Nathan's deck could have interacted there, but that was a huge swing.
Jeez. Oh man, that hurts so much. And gets to flip this, so we get the flame right now. Whew.
Yeah, and if that didn't work, you would have had a blocker to block this so the invasion doesn't get dealt with. That was a gigantic swing for our reigning world champion.
Unbelievable stuff.
你需要的是一张
Timuret
西欧
back
瑞。
Yesterday, Timuret doing work in one of our feature matches.
Yeah, against
Just
Ely Cassis.
unbelievable. Yeah.
The
Oh.
Eli battle there
Yeah.
was incredible.
Get the Spell Spirit down on the board now too. Gonna flip that immediately. Down to 14 goes Simon Nielsen.
那
Nathan
这个职
Stoyer
业
at
反也太
17.
奇怪了吧！完全不把对手，完全不给队友尊重哎。
In addition to the board with a discard to try and get this game over and done with ASAP.
Yeah, and I really like what Nathan did there, putting the counter on the better creature here, putting it on the flip side of the invasion, just to really play around Vanquish the Weak.
Yes.
来，再升
Jerry, master of the
再
blue,
升
hits
2
the
只
board. We see
1-1。
a discard with a flame right. a bunch of tokens and
开始揍人。
favorite thing in Magic, which is turn things sideways.
Hit the attack all button.
Yes.
全打。
And we do have the combo of the recycler sacrificing these elementals to make Jury even larger.
Oh man, that's so good.
And right now, Simon has one good blocker with the 3/3 that you can block on one of these two powered creatures.
Scrap Chomper might be getting in the way here too, just to
对
try and，mitigate
吃一
some
只
damage. But yeah,
变大，打1、2、3、4、5、6，
Jury gets
剩
bigger.
8。
Yeah, takes 6, I believe. Takes 7, putting Simon down to 7. And Simon's going to need something big here.
Pylon, Jury, all friends resolve.
Okay.
来得及吗？
Pretty good hit. If Simon has a land drop and can go Jury and Pylon
来得及吗？
the now flipped invasion creature.
Yeah, the Karen Flame Right.
Yeah, the Kari Flame Right. That's pretty decent. But the
死
thing that's
了
really awkward is you have to do that before it untaps.
哦，好烂哦！那个到底是打什么啊？这种人都可以去打 PT， 真的是。
When you're behind is not great.
唉。
So how much would he be taking then? Jury, yeah, too much. Too much. So
好丑，好丑！啊 ，Nathan 真的是左奶人，右打白痴，好爽。
But absolutely excellent play there from our reigning world champion and just turning sideways when needed to.
Lukewarm deck, but a red hot Magic
妈
player
吃
that
2点会
equals
死。
at least a 2-1 with
有病
like
欸
you said, kind of a medium deck. And he said, if I got a 2-1 with this deck, I
He'll
would
be
be very happy. But gets a chance at the 3-0 next round.
He does indeed. So we're gonna have plenty more magic.
看这种垃圾套牌居然能拿2-1，真的是，
And the team.
唉，太扯了，太扯了。 哦，气到受不了，不行，喝个水。OK， 回来了。我们刚刚看了一下 Standing。Red Duke 还活着，7-3，拿 LSB 超好，对好，然后巴斯刚跟 Lava Man 轮抽爆开6-4，两个都6-4，所以他们是2个02，好惨好惨。
For some headlines.
好惨啊
All right, everybody, one of our big headlines, Team Handshake hits the front. Half of our draft pod this morning, our featured draft pod, was Team Handshake. They have only lost to each other in that pod, undefeated against
啊
everybody
，Team
else.
Handshake 只有内战输，各输1把是怎样？ 太猛了吧！
And Carl Serap. Glass half empty. Jim Davis, our overnight leader, has started today, unfortunately, at 0-2.
Team Handshake Channel Fireball 对。
However, glass half full. If you want to look at it this way, Jim Davis, you're still 8-2, 1 round off the lead. He can still afford 2 more losses and make our top 8. And Sunfall, Monty, what a card!
Maria, you hear limited enthusiasts talk about the upper echelons
没
of
错
all-time，
超强早场。
There's a second tier, and Sunfall has solidly put itself right there in that mix with some of the greatest limited cards ever
没
printed.
错，刚刚就靠这个赢了，轻轻松松。
All right, everybody, it's time now for one of my favorite segments at the desk. Other than Monty is the machine, of course. It's story time with Seti P.
2个91，2个91。
Stories are fun. I do like Monty team though.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Jim Davis 8-2掉到8了。
Let's talk about that. That being a very, very powerful Magic card.
对 ，LSV 8-2，还活着，活得好好的。对。
Now, if you are playing in day number 2 of competition and you have 2 Sunfalls in your deck, you're probably pretty happy about this. You're probably thinking to yourself, how could I lose? And of course, he hasn't lost.
Yeah,
so that makes sense. He also hasn't won yet either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has 2 draws. He has 2 draws.
Hello.
He has 2 Sunfalls. Yeah, I'm sure he's thinking the same thing. If I had 2 Sunfalls in my deck, I'd be thrilled. Joe, I'm sure.
哇，有人的轮抽队有2张扫场，怎么输？然后就输了1把。谢喽。
It's a heck of a run so far this weekend, but most importantly, you see here in day number 2, he is 2-0. Now you
LSV
1 through 3. He's 3-0, which means that he has the
轮抽全胜。
6-0 in the limited portion of this tournament.
输一个，输 Jim Davis 跟 Simon Nelson。这个 Nelson 好像不是我认识的 Nelson。 我比较喜欢是 Brand Nelson， 以前在 SC 去打牌，好久没看到他了，不知道还活不活着。
Defending world champion Nathan Stoyer. So Nathan's deck here, this red-black deck. If you ask Nathan, he'll tell you his deck's not very good. We watched him draft it. We watched him open Elish Norn and not be able to play it and have to switch into red-black. Now this isn't the worst deck we've ever seen, but it's not that good of a deck either. When I was speaking with Nathan, I asked, what's your expectation? He said to be thrilled with a 2-1. Well, as we all know, he's
看起来要去一趟厕所了。
for a 3-0. But what stood out to me the most is his match against Simon Nielsen insofar as Nathan is locked in. His deck is not that good, but he certainly is. And when you do have a deck in a limited event like this, we're playing against the best players in the world, you cannot afford to make any missteps, and he has not done that yet. I'm a little surprised insofar as his deck is not that good and he is 2-0. I'm not surprised that Nathan, the Magic player, is 2-0. And when you're watching him play this weekend, I'm going to say it because I believe it, best active player. Now, that's not crazy when he's the world champion, also coming off of a Pro Tour top 8 and Pro Tour Phyrexia, but there are moments in a player's career when you're watching and when we cover Magic where it's like this person, no matter the circumstance, is not missing anything. We saw it with Jean-Emmanuel Deprat during kind of the arena era. We're seeing it now with Nathan. He doesn't miss anything. His opponents are the ones making mistakes and Nathan's capitalizing on it, no matter what his deck looks like. He's the best player in the world right now.
All right, bold statement and one that I can't really disagree with.
It's just, and I can't believe he's 2-0 with that deck. That deck is not good.
If anyone can do it, Nathan can do it. Absolutely. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. After 10 rounds of competition here, Nathan Stoyer, the guy you're just talking about.
Can you imagine?
Weird.
Can you imagine?
So odd, leading the field here at 9-1 alongside teammate Carl Serap-Mani.
Yeah, Nathan Stoyer not missing anything, including not missing any top 8s, just continues racking them up as he's on his way for another. And Team Handshake, Maria. Nathan won, Carl won, Javier won, Simon lost, but you can't blame him. He played against Nathan. They have still only lost to each other in this top pod.
All right, there's a look at your standings, everybody, as we gear up for round number 11 in the building. Why don't we take a look at battle in our feature match area. Round number 11. We've got
LSV 打
Luis Scott Vargas hoping to go that perfect 6-0 in draft. We're going to see if he can do it on camera. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Yiwen Chen qualified at an MTG China Open. got 9th place, but his friend had gotten 8th and already qualified. The invite passed down to him, so really happy to be here, currently sitting at 7-2. Started playing the game in 2013 versus one of the GOATs, Luis Scott Vargas.
中国人
Perfect 6-0 in draft.
对
Yesterday, he had
LSV
27 draft trophies at Pro Tours.
太神啦 ！LSV 重返荣耀。
That number, everybody, is completely absurd.
A lot of those. A lot of those.
Absolutely absurd. Hall of Famer inducted in 2013. Talk to me about these deck lists, Mani.
Yeah, Maria, we're going to start with Yuan Chen and take a look at his deck. I believe we are going to be looking at one of those blue-red Convoke decks that we have heard about.
红蓝 Convoke.
That common hasn't been doing that well this weekend, but it is a powerful archetype. It does feature the color blue. So let's take a look at that list and see what Yuan is working with.
All right, we don't have the graphics for the deck list, but overall, Mani, if you're going into this weekend, what would you say about blue-red as a choice?
I would say that I'm blue. I hope I get some preening champions. I can tell you I do have the deck list here. He has one.
Okay.
He also has a Chandra. Not a bad card to have.
That's not blue.
No, but it is good. He also has an Urabrask. Also not blue.
Also not blue.
Also good. Yeah. So, you know, not too unhappy. One of the highlights of his deck, I would say, 4 copies of Rouse Reinforcement. Not something you're typically too excited about as a, wow, I have this. But when you're blue-red Convoke and you're trying to cast expensive spells for cheap, having 2 mana make 2 dudes that make more mana.
有4张
Yeah, that's very, very
2点带2点
Vargas. I mean, going for the perfect draft pod. Let's go, Luis.
All right, so Luis, we've been talking about blue. He's blue-black. He is in the
color combo.
The color combo.
The color combo. 蓝黑魔粉
exciting, I would say, but the deck is just solid. He has some removal. He has some very solid creatures. He has some of the premium knights, the Xeric Strobe Knight. That is one of the
好生物好杀
No preening
轮抽的
champions in
一
the
切
set, so he's getting it done the hard way.
Wow. Okay, there we go. Take a look at Luis Scott Vargas' deck. We do have the graphic for you now. And just like you said, Mani, just a solid list in the best color combination that I
1
think
费2费很多
happy to go into.
3费有不错的 U 牌，可以让你2费做骑士，然后可以 Convoke 出6的飞兵，对。1张杀，2张杀，然后2个 Convoke 回牌库顶，算是打一个偏 Argo。
feels like cube, there are bombs, there are companions, there are all these things. But on the flip side, you can still win with a deck like this, right? That's what makes this format so compelling, is that this deck is just pretty normal, pretty regular. There's nothing wild going on here, but in the hands of a very, very skilled player like LSV,
就是1回、2回、3回，然后看4回有没有办法出那个3、4飞。
All right, everybody, we have round number 11 coming up. You might be wondering why we're not watching.
然后前3回有出2只生物，4回就可以出3、4飞，
That is because they are
不
not.
差吧？
They have taken an intentional draw. We'll talk about that more after this round. For now, I'm going to send it over to Marshall and Paul for the final round of draft.
Wow, Maria with the bombshell at the end there. We'll have to wait and hear more about that intention. What round is it? 11?
啊，不知道中国人那边有什么？听说有希欧蕊，但是有希欧蕊是有放进去，还是只是轮抽拿希欧蕊？不知道。
Now, Luis, he came over to Paul and I, and he said his deck was middling.
Average?
Yeah.
Right.
Like a 2-1?
Yeah.
Right, would be like, okay, and we're going to see if he can get that right now, because he's already somehow managed to get 2 victories with a blue-black deck. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, he's got blue-black? Like, what's the problem? I'm not 100% sure, but it feels like he forced it through a little bit, Paul, because the power level isn't there, but he has enough playables.
Yeah, it's not your traditional kind of more controlling blue-black deck, which is often what you see when somebody's happy with their blue-black decks. It actually looks kind of similar to his blue-white Knights deck from yesterday that he went 3-0 with. And basically, with what his deck is trying to do is just curve people out. He's actually playing Protocol Knight, which is not a card you typically see in a blue-black deck. Tells me he was likely a couple of playables short. But again, it's one of those things where he's got a good curve. He's got just maybe the right amount of interaction to kind of push him over the edge. That's kind of what we saw with Nathan Stoyer. We might see it again here with Luis.
Now, Yuan Chen has a really cool archetype that doesn't actually come up that often, but when it does, if you get the right pieces for it, it can be really strong. And this is a play that you're going to see a lot here. Yuan Chen on 2 mana plays Rouse Reinforcements. Why? He has 4 of them in his deck, and he's playing all of them, and that's because he's playing red, blue, and he is going to try to convoke some big stuff out for real cheap. And Arouse Reinforcements is the easiest way on 2 to get you to that level.
Yeah, that's absolutely the 2-drop you want. You want probably as many of those as you want in the blue-red Convoke decks. Lots of great payoffs there. You know, removal spells, counter spells, card draw spells, all kinds of things that you can do. And it all kind of starts with getting creatures.
He does have a copy of Preening Champion 2, which is the best common.
OK。 更多的3两只，没错，3回场上5攻，有5只仔，抽一张辅一3。
And we have a little bit of a standoff here right now. Nobody really has any good attacks.
So now there is a Mirren Bane Splitter in Yuan's hand, so he could.
这边没有什么 convoke 招，有点尴尬。
Cast the Bane Splitter and put it on the Oracle, right? So that'll kind of clear the board in a sense. The other option would be to play a Hangerback Scrounger and just kind of get a rummage.
四只推。
Right? To try to hit some more land drops, given that he's got that Fearless Cult in hand.
All right, Yuan Chen's going to send in the squad here. And as you mentioned, the Bane Splitter can come down at flash and equip at instant speed. Yep. So those will trade, but
换掉，打3。
and clears off that 1/3 blocker. So I would call that a reasonable exchange for both players.
Yeah, and he
favors Chen.
然后呢
does have the ability to move the base here with the help of that Omen Hawker. Not the most explosive turn here with Yuan, given his start.
贴过去 ，OK，
right?
就这样。
You got double rouse reinforcements, and then you want to be able to play payoff cards like Artistic Refusal.
He doesn't have.
对，很多东西，但是没有 convoke 仔，没有 convoke 招，有点尴尬。我的 convoke 抽2张呢？
He does have an Astral Wingspan.
Okay.
So that can help him get going. He's got 2 of Far's Dispersal, which are just a good card. He's got the Omen Hawker UC, he's got a Preening Champ, and he has his Zephyr and Shapecraft. So
not a ton of
you're hoping for Meeting of Minds, you're hoping for Artistic Refusal, and
he
doesn't have them.
就继续往前冲。
Yeah. So interesting matchup here because when we talked to Luis, and you know, he said, "Well, I have to play the other two a player in my pod. They're probably going to have like bombs," and he said, "I have to get under them, right? Low curve out, tempo them out, and just squeak it out over the finish line." But interestingly, he's not actually facing a deck that is bomb laden and going to have this like amazing.
他说他 LSB 说我的 pod 里面有一堆人有炸弹，他在看的时候一堆炸弹，所以他决定拿一个小快攻，对，然后他一把都没有对到。
Several of them being X1s, and these reinforcements are pretty annoying to deal with.
They really are.
对，更多的1仔。
Preening Champ there you see for Chen.
1、3贴过去，下面一位。
That'll be a nice little threat going forward.
Yeah. Now you have 4 damage coming in every single turn. Luis does need to find an answer for that. Currently doesn't have one. I mean, look at his hand. It's just a bunch of great ground creatures. You have a couple of copies of Aetherblade Agent. Normally a fantastic card. Not as good in this matchup. Again, like I said, 4 copies of Rouse Reinforcements.
That's right. You're really going to look to transform those and
打5，再下一只仔，更多的死畜仔，死畜仔在这个对局真是没啥卵用。
Yeah, it has that static ability, pumping everything up. It can enable a huge attack the turn you cast it, though that isn't the case here. And then it's just difficult to get rid of. You can see it has the activated ability from the graveyard, and it just kind of keeps coming back.
Yeah, it kind of perfect for Luis's kind of unconventional, somewhat aggressive
痛刚打7，
Yeah.
那是一只王。他倒过来，害我没有看出来他是一只王。
It is a human rogue, however. For any of the flip cards, if you do transform them, they all turn into Phyrexians.
Yeah, that's kind of the joke, right? This is them turning into a bad guy. Unless you're pro Phyrexian, in which case,
yeah, then
有点小尴尬。
better than they were. I mean, they are better.
飞
Right?
兵
You can't
先
argue with
打
that.
吗？
You may not like their motives, but
哦，他要 back up， 继续吧，继续灌飞兵。
on this champion here, just put everything. Looks like it.
冲啊！
Chen might just think, well, I can just use these small creatures to basically make it impossible for Luis to run me over on the ground in any short order. And if I'm chipping away with
7抽1。哦，不需要了。
Yeah, and this is a 3-turn clock here, right? With the preening champion, this is an attack for 5, and Luis is at
打5
14.
剩9， 3个回合就把你打死了。
Luis looking to find some way to deal with that threat. If so, he would be ahead, right? It's just a bunch of 1/1s on the ground for Chen, and Luis has some nice plays going forward with the Etherblade agent transforming. He's already got a 3/3 that's been
1、2、
attacking.
3，换贴回来。
Is on Luis, however.
Definitely.
Does feel like UN is slightly ahead here on the in a racing situation. And with the extra mana provided by the Omen Hawker, UN can kind of play offense and defense here with the Bone
换
Splitter.
贴回来，
Luis does
等下
have
可以
a
再
final
跟你换一只
flourishing
仔。
in his list, which we have not
我的
seen
沙
yet.
呢？
Bane Splitter, excuse me.
What do you say, Bone Splitter?
Bone Splitter. Well, you know,
You're-
it's an
you're old
equipment.
school.
It gives
You're old
+2,
school.
+0. Come on.
Nobody
That's
can
a
blame
Bone
you.
Splitter.
Nobody can blame you for that.
All right.
Whoever wrote the name for that card is like, got him. Ooh, Fearless
好
Scald
扯，
there?
在那边嘴名字。
Fearless Scald. So that,
Would that create a lethal threat? Yes, although the mana's not there.
yeah. So then that's where you wonder, was it actually correct to move the Bane Splitter?
Yes.
Because had it stayed onto the preening champion, next turn UN
Ooh.
could simply have gone land, Fearless Scald, pump up the preening champion, and that would have been a lethal attack.
Can he still do that with the Hawker?
1、2、3、4、5，
I believe it's
少
3
一块
mana to
地。
move.
Okay, so,
So
not
他的
he
连
is
击
1
人
mana
少一块
short.
地。
he's
下
playing for
回
a slightly
1、2、
longer
3、
game then.
4、5，
Yeah, you're right, Paul.
贴过
There
去
you go.
没有比较稳呢。他没有办法同时做到贴过去，再加上那
The
个
Bane Splitter. This is a 4/4, so it kind of makes blocks a little bit awkward, right?
2只档。
With,
Yeah, but Luis is just looking to clear out that ground game. But
right?
Chen, I mean,
Plenty of blockers.
especially if you're going to give up the ability to
Right.
present lethal next turn with a top deck land,
Yeah,
you committed
没错，
to
2
this.
只档。
absolutely. Oh, and Luis, of
来
course, with...
Oh, he's
不
got
灭
Blade
死
of
处
Battlefield
，OK，
here,
没问题。
and
Oh,
that's going to come in.
right?
那
And
有
a
什么问题
temporal
都
cleansing
给
here
你。
On the preening champion, it feels
对
kind of bad to use temporal
It
cleansing on
does.
a creature that has an ETB effect.
It does, but you
But-
also knock off the
反正
counter.
这边还好
Yeah，
不是很重要。
Is he gonna do it? I see some creatures being tapped here.
1、2、3、4，
Yes, he
Oh,
is.
without Pagodia.
This is a smart play from Luis. He knows that at 9 life things can get a little bit hectic, and this is really devastating
有
for
点
Chen.
血，小危
Like,
险。
he went from potentially having the win next turn
Right.
to now he's way behind. The Preening Champion's going to get tucked, especially if this isn't a land.
So if we look at what's on the board here, this is a potential attack for 5 on UN side of the battlefield. If he plays the Fearless Scald, that does mean that Luis will be forced to block with the Butcher. But Luis might be okay with that because it does have a nice enter the battlefield effect where your
Yeah.
Phyrexians also gain menace.
Yeah, you know,
That
the
could be
Omen
relevant.
Hawker's done his job.
Yeah.
I think we could sacrifice that to get back his
这
Lord as
边
well as that temporary menace effect. I mean, maybe that Preening Champion is too late anyway.
Right? And this
算一下
this
血，
double removal spell
需要
turning
算一
things
下
around
血
here for Luis.
This is interesting to me too, because Luis, with all of his Pro Tour experience, is watching Ewan Chen do combat math, and I guarantee that Luis is thinking, okay, he's thinking if he can kill me,
Right.
And therefore it must be Scald.
Okay,
Remember,
这个
the players do get to look at the
backup
pools of the other players'
连
drafts,
击
so Luis will have an
出
idea.
去
Yeah, so
弃
you can
掉，
put
把
a
鸟
counter
抽
on
回
the screen,
来。
attack for 6. You don't have a lethal attack. The question is, what happens if Luis just blocks with the Butcher and puts it back into play? It looks like we're only attacking with the Scrounger, so you will have enough blockers in place here.
那也要弃抽吗？没有要弃抽，就直接吃掉了。
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and chump block there. This was the line that Luis took last turn.
And the Scald is a 3-2 double striker, right? But remember, that 3-3 incubate token is will be a 4-4 if Luis does return the Butcher into play.
Right.
But right now it is only 3 toughness.
That's right.
So can't attack just yet unless he puts the Butcher back in.
Or just kills the Scald.
Did he find a 3rd removal spell?
哦，双方磨3张。
All right. Well, that
but
mills.
this is going to mill the Preening
把
Champion.
鸟磨掉了。哦，还有另外一个什么？那是什么？红魔判吗？看不太清楚。有没有导播来个中印？没错，红魔判。
Okay. Informant.
法师第4张。
Look at the graveyard. 4 Rails reinforcements.
That's funny.
Drew them all of the tokens.
That's all of them.
But I'm
But Luis has pumped the brakes here.
and without the flyer, I'm kind of liking Luis's side of the battlefield here. Luis can even if UN chooses to
这边贴过去53先攻，开始逼的已经敲你不要的。
So
UN
wants to find some kind of evasive creature to force damage through.
This is a really good game to watch for planning ahead your turns for Luis, right? Like
来上来喂一只，
mill this Preening Champion.
吃掉
5
ED。
Go block and sack. It's the classic.
Right.
So that's 10 down to 12 here for Chen.
And if the games go longer, Luis has things to do with this mana with a couple of Aetherblade agents in
OK，
play.
还有一只可以灌大的。
3/3 Death Touchers.
Furnace Gremlin's going to hit here for Chen.
And Chen still, of course, has to be mindful that the Phyrexian Butcher is in the graveyard.
还没有飞兵，暂时都不怕，就只怕那只飞兵。还好我摸掉了。刚刚就是没有抽，有点太可惜。没有把那只飞兵抽起来，被磨掉啦。
Luis could attack here if he wanted. Yeah, and now this is a what 5/4
我有威慑
menace creature
5/4
getting in.
Pretty nasty.
上去打，要4攻，这样2只上去打，看起来没什么问题。OK， 换掉。更多的，换我有飞兵了。可是现在问题是挡不住连击仔啊。
Still a nice threat.
Nice threat, but UN is also trying to slowly but surely chew through chump blockers here with a 5/2 double striker that's in play.
Lethal.
Yeah.
连击仔每回合都要喂一只。
An agent.
Right, real cards have to start going away now.
Yeah.
And Luis says, "I got nothing."
没手牌，
no cards in your hand.
亮给你看了。
And Luis can simply sit with his arms folded and. Hope that Chen doesn't find some way
I think
to kill.
Luis is just on the block sack, get you for 3 every turn, and hope that's enough.
Yep. Yeah, we may see
2只打
a agent matter at some point here. I mean, Chen can't keep blocking forever either.
2只打，这
Okay,
边
looks like the Furnace Gremlin and
使
the
出上来换了吧？
Yeah, the Furnace Gremlin can. How many mountains are in play? Because remember, Omen Hawker can also help if there were 4 mountains in play.
Yeah, you're right. But as it stands, only the 3.
But even so, UN can pump it 3 times, and if there's a trade, you can use the Omen Hawker to then turn that into a 4/4.
Yeah. And it looks like Luis is content to let the Furnace Gremlin through. Grafted Butcher jumps in front. I mean, it makes some sense. That's a card that can come back.
Right.
But this does chew up your board, right?
It does.
吸你一滴血。
Not a ton of Phyrexians in play.
哦， 扛住了吗？没有飞兵都不怕。扛起来，扛起来。
Only a couple of pumps. So what is this? Are we moving? It looks like we're moving the Bane Splitter over so that in case Luis decides to get aggressive and flip one of the Aetherblade agents and attack to draw a card, get some pressure in.
Then
but there's only one blocker here for UN, so I'm wondering, you know, is there some kind of a way here where Luis can try to muster up enough damage for lethal? We got 3 in the air.
有没有机会打死啊？
The Recycler could be a menace.
好吧，看起来还是有点难度。
Yeah, he's got 8 power on the board as it sits just straight up.
不过就继续打就好了，没什么大问题。至少站着打先打。
But I'm also worried. The only with one blue up, you always have to respect as far as dispersal.
Looks like 0 cards in hand here for Chen. Luis,
right, okay,
however,
yeah.
has just drawn a swamp.
4点把自己吃了。
So we're sacking the Omen Hawker then, it looks? No, we're just flipping.
哦。回来。
So he's actually going to sacrifice one of the blighted agents to bring back.
So this is an attack for 6, 3 of which has menace.
It's a big attack.
All right. And he's getting really close. And he's still leaving mana up here. What can he do? There's an Ichor Drinker in the yard.
还有一个浮玉仔。
Must have been milled from the Unsealed of the Acropolis.
Yep, that's one of the cool little combos.
Okay.
Hey, this gives him a lot to do. Now the Drag Recycler did attack.
红色有没有什么践踏的东西？
Right.
其实还是有。
But can put a 3/3 into play at instant speed.
Has Luis found enough?
这个没什么用。
Beat stick.
He drew the Beamtown beat stick.
So the beat stick now means the Scald will be able to eat 2 creatures.
这边没有办法打吧？
Double striker with menace.
Yeah, and it must be blocked as Luis is in doesn't have the recycler to get him above.
可是你打了。
I'm wondering if Luis can kind of.
哦，他有威慑，所以这样变成2只打。
Some kind of scenario where you can double block here. It's a 4/2, right?
It is.
You can make a 3/3 token if you
2只挡。
activate, and it looks like
it doesn't work.
OK.
It'll kill the.
杀掉。
Oh no, it would work actually.
Yeah. But Luis going for the double block just so he doesn't die.
然后
he would lose it all. Everything he put in front if he did that. Okay, back to Luis. Wow.
But this flyer is just going to go all the way, right?
It does look like it.
吃掉，上来，全推。
And he's just going to jam with everything.
That should be enough. If UN has nothing, he can only block
你没有办法挡住2只。
3 in the air and 3 will get 2 on the ground.
Wow.
是啊。
What a game.
What a close one.
That was so close. Either player, it felt like during the middle section there, could have drawn one high impact card.
好像不能这样子一直让王这样进进出出呢。
Really well played by Luis Scott Vargas.
哦，不过这回有挖巴斯了。
Victory there, though. Chen made it really difficult on him.
Yeah, definitely.
Applying pressure. I mean, he attacked for lethal 4 turns in a row and forced Luis to come up with something. There's Ichor Drinker on turn 1 for Scott Vargas.
有挖巴斯，只要有5块地，看起来就
Ichor Drinker stopper here, rouse
超猛。
Feels bad. There's a Drag Recycler.
Both players with nice curves here. We got turn 2 reinforcements into turn 3 champ.
这边出什么？哇，欠左。
Do you see the top card in Yuen's hand?
Ooh, I do see that.
That is an exciting card.
Chandra. Yeah, he does have a Chandra Hope Speak, and that's the type of card last game that would have changed things a little bit.
So like a removal spell or maybe a Chandra that would also probably get it done. Yeah.
哇，但是没有地了。
It was really fun watching that last game though because it was ultimately just a very fair fight. Right?
Yeah.
Like nobody did anything that was like, oh, come on, the game's just over now.
Right.
They had to actually grind it out. Though that might not be the case this time if Chen gets up 6 mana.
Luis would love a land here. We're looking at multiple 2-drops that Luis can play.
哇，这只乌好烂哦，我好不喜欢这只乌。
That's good because he has the strobe knife
哇，他要开始出2只，哎，来一排，一排最讨厌了。 然后还有那个死处不灭，你知道，我知道，独眼龙也知道。
Absolutely.
If Chen decides to try to get rid of that Drag Recycler.
Right. If you go double block here, you can sack your Icar Drinker, right? Or even the 2-2. No, you can't.
挡两个，挡两个，各挡一个。
Or just flourish.
对。
Well, if you flourish the 4-3, it's still 2-1 and a 1-1, so it still kill. It would kill.
Yeah, depending on how the block
plays
out. But this is a fine trade for Luis. He trades off half of his Icar Drinker for half of Arouse Reinforcements, gets in for the damage.
不对，打6。
And he gained 2 life because
I imagine you're gonna just kill this flyer here, right? I mean, you kill.
然后再出一只仔，然后声音这374。
Wow, and he gets to make a 2-2 Knight on top of it. What a turn for Scott.
好强啊，这手顺。
This is what he meant by going under. Now that's not really what's happening here because Chen is going toe to toe with him. But look at what Luis did.
但是没有地。
Yeah, right. This is the type of thing where I could be looking down at my hand and be like, I have some great.
加
抽起来 and it's too late. Ooh.
So UN is kind of putting all of his eggs in a basket here.
飞起来，冲啊！77，
we know that
66还是7
has a final flourish in hand.
That will come in extremely handy.
飞兵打。
Versus depth guard is huge.
不打。
Could attack but doesn't.
Nope. Gotta stay back here. I think especially with that Chandra in hand, you kind of just want to survive if it's close. Right? Although he is pretty far away.
所以是6 ，OK。
Oh, tempo. Is that? Oh, wow.
Oh.
Jeez, and he still has the final flourish in hand.
You can
too.
still final flourish and attack and
爆
make a
开。
This is just way too much.
Wow. Incredible efficiency here for Scott Vargas. I mean, over the last 2 turns, just with his
哇 ，LAC 9-2啦，轻轻松松。
Made 2/2 creatures for no mana whatsoever, while affecting the board.
Zarek Strobe Knight.
这个3回出这个4回做2招，5回做2招，哇，真的是没得打哎！这个节奏一下子就拉出来了，而且一边还在卡地，还在卡地。
That is not going to do it for Chen.
Desperately just trying to survive here.
没招那个。
But I mean, he just doesn't have it.
There's land number
凉那
5.
个。
Pay the 4 mana plus the 2 life to transform the 8 Etherblade agent.
Right. So might see a bounce there.
全打。
Even then, I mean, what kind of? You're just blocking to survive at this point.
That's right. And it doesn't feel like he has anything he can do if he does survive on the next turn. Even a land drop doesn't get him out of it.
没得打，我们昨天也在看那个卡地，又今天也在看那个卡地，这群人都用奶的，都没有在认真打牌的，好可怕啊！
If you block like that and you bounce the butcher, then you can kill. Because right now that's a 4/4 death toucher.
Yeah.
You would think, given the amount of mana it takes to play it and flip it, that's something to consider to bounce with the dispersal, and then you can put 2 on the butcher and 2 in the recycler.
And they'll shrink back down.
They'll shrink back down, but then you'll go down to 2.
He's going to take the middle ground here.
回手。
Going to get rid of the
吃糖2。
This is
来，有没有地？不是地的都喷掉。
Yeah. Now Drag Recycler also is just lethal if you just untap.
Yeah, so this really leaves no way out here for Chen with the amount of mana that he has with Luis presenting lethal on board plus via Drag Recycler. He strangely needed to get
真的
rid
是
of
不知道怎么打
not.
啊！你下一回要怎么打
But even if he did, I mean,
he's not looking
right.
for
Especially we're getting an incubate token that can attack next turn too.
Yeah.
This is just too much.
That's tough, man. Chen missed like 3 or 4 land drops there. He's going to extend the hand. Luis caught Vargas.
真的
6-0 and limited, and I mean.
没错，用奶就过关了，哪需要打，对不对？打的要死要活，像北七一样，我奶就过了。难看啦，哥，真的难看呢。
About his abilities in limited, and he led the limited meeting for his team. And now you can see why. A clean 6-0 for Luis Scott Vargas. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have more here from the Pro Tour Minneapolis. Don't go anywhere.
OK， 休息一下。我的水没了，装个水。
ROG Nebula 拟真技术，真流畅。NPC 唯一指定电竞荧幕 ROG Nebula。
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we are in the limited portion, getting down the stretch here on it as we're kind of seeing who's going to win their table. We just saw Luis Scott Vargas in our main match there pick up the 3-0 with his blue-black deck. And we're going to join the next one in progress. We're actually going to pop in starting with game number 2. And this is Andre Judd versus Quinn Tenole on the left-hand side there. These two gentlemen, 8-2 right now.
Okay.
Really good
回来了。
Particularly if they can close out their table here and move
来看一下2个8-2的对局。
You won't need that much. 3 match wins. Assuming you win this one, will lock you for top 8.
Yeah, three match wins is a guaranteed and potentially could see a
哦，
scenario
这
where
是
you
从
have
第
2
2局开始。
right? Just given the number of players. So, yeah, fantastic position, but it all starts with getting the 3-0 in this pod.
哦，这是 Part 2，
10-minute game for the
看谁拿下这一桌的桌长。
And that means that we're going to jump in here in game 2, like I mentioned. You see the Icker Drinker from Quinn is going to.
说这个小乐色一直不断偷血。
No 2-drop, at least yet for Quinn. Andre led things off with the planes.
2回没说是。
Islands.
哦，白蓝。
No 2-drop isn't really where you want.
不知道有几只骑士王，我们有这么多只骑士王在空中乱飞。
Yep, very commonly played blue counterspell counters most things that you want in this format.
3回哦，找一块地。
Yeah. All right, Skittering Surveyor is going to hit the battlefield for Quinn. Not the most high impact play here on 3, but it can definitely set you up for down the line.
Absolutely. Some slower starts here from both sides.
No.
So nothing yet from Andre.
We got to see a 3-drop here, or else I'm just going to go on kind of a rant on people keeping.
Yeah.
嘿，我也有，谢喽。
Hands with no plays on turn 4.
As it turns out, he has the ultimate 3-drop ball.
The ultimate.
Skittering Surveyor.
这只真的很棒哎，大家都很喜欢。
Courteous there from Andre.
I don't know. I'm used to just like fetching and burn and modern.
Sure.
Yeah, Quinn was saying he plays a lot of modern. And since there's so many fetch lands and shuffling, kind of while you're finishing shuffling, your opponent will start their action.
这个不是摩登，可以慢慢打，慢慢切。
It's like paying attention. I don't want to do something and have to go, wait, what? So he went and got an island.
A couple of nice creatures on the battlefield for Quinn if he ever does find some sacrifice outlets, right?
Some fodder for sure. Oh, look at this attack. Skittering Surveyor.
The audacity.
Oh, it was a free roll.
先吓吓你。
I like that
何必呢？这系列这么多 convoke 牌，这个打出去没什么意义。你这个打出去就是让人知道你没有那个 convoke 杀。对啊。
That's an Alabaster Host Sanctifier. That's the life linker.
A little delayed draw in there on the Sanctifier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at this board, you wouldn't assume that they came out in that order.
Yeah, and it's interesting that that was your play on turn 4. I'm curious what else Andre could be.
水兵往前冲。
Meeting of Minds is the card that kind of comes to mind.
Definitely.
If on turn 4 this is your, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Would he have countered the Surveyor? Right, that's the question.
I feel like on turn 2, if you had the option between the Alabaster or the Assimilated Essence, you just play out the 2-drop. Essence will be good at a later point in the game, but it's too bad if your opponent just doesn't play something.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7，四四龙。
On turn 2.
Oh my! Is he gonna cast a Hoarding Broodlord right now?
Oh.
How about an 8-drop on turn 5?
Where's the, I mean, no Assimilated
2张牌。
He definitely doesn't have Assimilate Essence. We have confirmed that.
Maybe
爽哦。
No?
Yeah. I'm waiting for something better.
Yeah. Wow.
Unbelievable.
One of the best rares in the set here.
Massive threat.
没错，导师龙。
He's now going to get to
真低强。
Tutor, he gets to look for any card, but it's somehow even better. It stays exiled. That's that card right there, and he can cast it whenever
你看不
he wants.
到。
What happens to the dragon?
猜猜我拿了什么
I guess the only downside is you can't discard it.
Right. So.
But why would you discard the best card in your deck?
Yeah. And white, at least in blue-white, not a ton of ways to do with the Broodlord, right? Blue just has a lot of ways to bounce.
Not the best.
Stasis Field would be decent, I suppose.
Yeah.
回手吗？再想一下。
Seal from Existence would be good. Yeah.
Just thinking of cards that Andre could have here that could
有没有什么和平主义之类的啊？哦 ，OK。扫场，漂亮。来66。
Well, I mean, look, one good rare deserves another, right? I mean, we're looking at 2 players with some exciting rares. They're 2-0.
I want to know what the exiled card is, though, right?
哇，每个人的阿卡都是凶狠强劲棒啊，难怪就坐在这边。
Or did he set up a backup
决定
plan
桌
for,
长。
well, if you kill my dragon, I'll just get my second best threat or whatever.
Right. Unsealed the Necropolis.
Okay, 下面一位。
Of course, in Sunfall Exiles.
I know, it's so
Can't even
brutal.
Get it back.
So brutal. Left behind a 6/6. You mentioned that the creatures that Andre had left over were kind of fodder anyway. Well, they became.
没有个扫场，还真是做不了这个桌子啊。
Yeah. There's a Death Toucher in play, so even if you activate the 6/6, can't really attack.
和平主义，
Okay.
赞啦！翻过来66揍人。
Now you can most definitely attack.
Down to 16 goes Quinn. I want to know what the
拿炸弹打人
because a lot of times people just get like a removal spell.
Yeah, it really just depends. It could be a Deadly Derision.
哎，我也有减13减13。
Invasion of Innistrad?
Yes, it is -13 -13.
Just a great card.
哇，用阿卡找密西，太强啦！双攻击7抽1，有要气吗 ？OK， 不要这只小恶魔了。
Wow, there are some rares.
剩3颗，下面一位。
Holy smokes! It felt so nice and fair.
看这个要是翻过来，他妈就没，就很难说了。哇哦！就我的艾雷农，我操嘞，我操嘞！先扫场，然后加2加2减2减2。
He led with the best, and then he.
Okay.
来，有没有杀 ？OK， 扣2抽2。哎，你只有22，笑死。
Now we are playing against Red Black. Red Black has a lot of removal.
That's true. I mean,
some deadly derisions,
like Quinn
maybe.
could actually come back from this.
He absolutely can.
And there's not that many.
No, he just said, "I apologize, Quinn."
我靠嘞！去你的
！This is unreal.
That thing's a 6/6 too.
Is this a cube
Wow.
What's happening?
That's better than the cube drafts I do.
This is just
5/8。 8飞行细命，对。哦，被回手了！哦天哪！
I was really hoping that Quinn has invasion of Fiora. Right. I'm gonna look. I don't think he does.
回手，哎，天使要不要上来换？
That was never what you want to hear.
你再不去上去换。
Wow, if
No,
Quinn can find a way to come back from this,
oh, that would be the all-timer.
Yeah. I will take 4. It's like, yeah, I beat the 3 best white rares in the
居然是
set.
打脸，居然不是打战役，打战役才有机会把它换下来啊！这个天使，1、2、3、4、5、6、7，再来下来，天使变6-6，站着打。哦，打6补6。啊，你到底是不是怕小哦？
Is this just to find a hard removal spell?
Yeah.
Oh my.
塞一张抽一张。
But he's dead to
you gotta do what you gotta do.
But he's dead to the Valkyrie even if. And Andre
他妈嘞，这个轮抽太强了吧？到底是啥小啦？少场天使，然后他妈又有修蕊，干！ 哦，不是修蕊，艾雷农，干他妈到底是啥小啦？
Might just legitimately be a 3-0 deck on average. Not right. It's just like more often than not, you might be 3-0ing with that.
这个才叫做他妈有史以来拿过最强的轮抽套牌好吗？
on 5 and went and got Invasion of Innistrad, one of the other best rares, and got handily handled, like not close.
到底是啥小啊？
That was a good deck.
We'll be back with more coverage here from Pro Tour March of the Machine right after this.
干太白痴了，真的太白痴了，干！不是他妈的这个哦，到底是怎么开出这种蛙哥的？嘿，哈哈 ，Nathan 打和哦，我操嘞！妈，今天真的是莫名其妙和一堆、欸。那、你这样子打和，你看起来就跟992没什么差别了呢。SV 92 ，Jim Davis 83又倒了，所以他的轮抽是0-3，好惨好惨。对，好惨啊 ，Jim Davis。对。 来看一下哦，秋天姐8-3，黄帽子8-3 ，Yuki Ichikawa 8-3，哇哦！这些名人堂成员都还活得好好的 ，Red Duke 8-3，稳稳的。对，哇，这些都还很有机会，就看这些接下来的标准打得怎么样了。对，哦，80-7-4，那是有点危险，他要50才进了。这个人的国旗为什么是 MTG 的标志？他是无国籍的吗？Ready， 刚上局就有出现啦，他刚上局就还活着。 对，不知道他还不会再播一个轮抽，还是他要开始介绍标准了？
There is a look at the floor as our players start to sweat it here on day 2 of competition under the dome. And there's a look at the feature match area where we've got round 12 coming up next. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bertholdi, Mani Debuti, and Cedric Phillips joining you here on day 2 of competition as we work our way towards our top 8. But first, some headlines. The field prepares for standard.
OK， 先来看标准。
And we are on to standard the rest of the way through the tournament. That means 12 is the magic number. That's what you've got to get to make it in to our top 8. And that is, of course, where everybody wants to be. Power move from handshake. This is what we talked a little bit about at the start of the last round. Was that Nathan Sawyer and Carl Serup chose to ID. So they didn't want to play for the draw. They both just ID'd. Find out. We're gonna hear what we say about it. But let's find out what Nathan had to say about it first. Update 9-1-1 after the second draft. Drafted in a really hard seat and made some picks I regret, but I played well and had some lucky breaks to win the first 2. Paired into my teammate in round 3 and we decided to ID. This will either look really smart or really stupid. Okay, that's what Nathan.
不行，我真的觉得这个 ID 有点真的是太白痴了。你是不是没有搞清楚这个赛制啊？
Your deck's not that great. You're probably
你们2个队员至少要推个上去吧？啊，这个 ID 看起来像是双败，你知道吗？
Definitely an underdog. I get it. I've done the early ID at a PTQ
为911为啥不太好？因为这是一个抢12胜的赛制，先36分的人先8强。
You can have a winner. You can have one person closer.
所以911看起来就跟92完全的一模一样。对，然后你跟你队友 ID 看起来就像是你们2个双败，超级无敌白痴。
Alright, that's Monty's take. Cedric, what about you?
In that tweet, someone was tagged.
911为什么不太好？因为双子大佬会被那个谢了。
If the goal,
how do you really feel, bro?
If the goal is to get as many members in the top 8 as possible, the trick here is you're trying to get to 36 points, right? 12 wins times 3, 36. That's the magic number. Okay. So, both these players were 9-1 coming into the round.
我觉得这些主播应该也对这件事情不太能理解吧。
And then a loss still leaves you at 9, right? Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the draw bracket.
但是 either really smart or really stupid， 我觉得只有看起来就是 really stupid。看，真的是在搞我的妈呀！
The other person's going to have 9 wins, which is 27 points, which is 3 wins away. And it's very clear what has to happen from there, which is I need to win. If I have 10 wins, I have to win 2 matches. And then not only do I have to win 2 matches, I'm done. Because we kick you out of the tournament because you've won too much. And then the other person needs to win 3 matches, and then you're done, and we kick you out of the tournament because you won too much. Now, what happens if, like, the draw is effectively a loss until we get into, like...
看，要是这2个人他妈等一下他妈标准爆开，我就是干，真的就是。
That's the point.
Right, get yourself into nonsense.
天哪，怎么会是这样子啊？
That's where we're currently at. Right now, the reality is they both need to win 3. Now, that may become 2 down the road, but that's only in the last round. It will never be 2 guaranteed. That's tiebreakers and hoping I make it. It will never.
真的，你们11-1的时候约我就算了。看他妈的9-1到底是在约鬼哦！
They're both really good.
I knew you were gonna say that.
And their deck is really good, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're both really good.
Yes. Have either of you ever seen this happen before?
I've seen it happen.
看这战队怎么没有把他们LSV 回去要气到把他们踢出战队了。
Grand Prix though. I mean like Pro Tour level.
Keywords.
No.
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix. There was an extended. I'm saying words people have never heard before.
Yeah, what is that? What is that?
Extended.
Tell me about it.
It was the first time Dredge came out, basically in Ravnica, and there was an extended tournament with the Icarid deck. And it was the first time that basically a Dredge deck with Tolarian Winds and all these old cards came out. And Jerry Thompson and a handful of other people basically broke the format, and they drew in the first early rounds of the tournament, like off of their buys, they came in and they drew, because no deck in the draw bracket could ever beat them in a million years. And then I believe one of the people who drew was Mike Crum, and Mike Crum won the tournament. And it was actually correct to do because their deck was busted. They ran into each other. There's no reason to give each other a loss.
All right.
It's the only time I've ever seen it be even close to reasonable.
Sure.
If my memory is exactly correct about that.
We'll find out what happens with this decision as our tournament continues. We're now out of draft, and Cedric, you talked to two players just before sitting down with us.
看这样真的是太奇怪了。
Luis Scott Vargas coming off of a 3-0 in his second draft. That means
太神啦
very well done, Luis. Tell us about your second draft deck.
I drafted a blue-black, really aggressive deck, low curve. Didn't have much in the way of great cards, but I wanted to get under everyone before they could play their 6-mana bombs.
Well, you did that. Now, speaking of big bombs that cost a lot of mana, that's kind of what you're up to in Constructed. Tell us what you're playing and how you're feeling going through these final 5 rounds.
I'm playing Grixis Reanimator, and it's pretty solid. You know, it's got a little high variance draw,
for
example, but if I can turn 4 Trox to some people, I'll be pretty happy.
Well, we are going to be paying attention to that. Good luck, Luis. Andre Judd, you have just come off of a 3-0 in your draft with, some would say, some pretty good rares, perhaps.
Yeah, so I was really hoping to open a bomb rare in this draft.
你就跟我说他要选哈利波特微信了。
Valkyrie, pack 1, so I was really stoked about that. In pack 2, I opened Sunfall, and there was really not much more I could ask for. And then, of course, in pack 3, I opened Elish Norn Grand Cenobite, and I was like, okay, if I don't 3-0 this draft, I have to quit Magic.
Good news. He's not quitting Magic.
第一包 backup 天使，第二包白勺仓，第三包那个艾雷大只的艾雷农。对，如果没30，真的是别玩魔风了。哎。可是那个套牌太强了啦，太白痴了。
We respected it a little bit in our building. We've got a couple of tweaks, but generally thinking that I can eke out a 3-2.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in that 3-2.
对，只要3-2就会进8强了，轻轻松松吧。
Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Cedric is excited for Standard here in the building. And there you see, we've now got 3 players
像白痴一样。
and one, a very unusual top of our standings. Absolutely, Cedric.
This thing is a little bit weird because we've got draws, you know, so you see the 9 1-1s, you see
a little bit weird. 我觉得你们的评价给的太保守了。Just a fucking noob.
But look, we've got some named players that are having a heck of a tournament as well. Javier Dominguez, Luis Scott Vargas, Jim Davis, a brutal start to the day. In 12th place now after an 0-3. But as you said a little bit earlier today, Maria, glass half empty, glass half full.
That's true. Jim Davis, of course, still has a shot of it. Unfortunately, went 0-3 in his draft.
Jim Davis 轮抽爆开0-3，吐了。
Let's take a look at the standard metagame and find out what decks the pros brought this weekend and in what kind of numbers, Monty.
这只有全部的 meta game。我一直觉得他们怎么都没有做一个 Day 2的 meta game 呢？对。
Well, that was the most popular deck. No Fable. Wasn't doing that well yesterday.
All right, speaking of win rates for decks,
7-7 7-7
that is proving to be absolutely dominant, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, we have Hall of Famer Dr. Frank Karsten on our team this weekend, and
我有点累了，我原本预期只有看完轮抽而已，但是算时间，我搞不好可以看完1轮标准。我说
I've looked at a lot of numbers from a lot of tournaments. That seemed pretty high. So I asked Frank, hey, could you tell me how that compares to some of the
格里吉挖坟第一天有进80%胜率哦。
Frank said, sure, he went away. He came back with some numbers. Let's take a look at those. Hogak, 2019 Modern Mythic Championship, 56%.
58%。听错了，吓死了。
That deck had some cards banned.
Oh yeah.
2021 Kaldheim Championship.
杰斯凯风暴。
Is it Epiphany? That deck had some cards banned. 2021 Innistrad Championship.
这是历年来最高胜率的那些东西。杰斯凯风暴是什么啊？2021年新卡佩纳杰斯凯风暴。
Yes.
56%. Rakdos midrange this event. 59%. Now this is day 1 numbers. It could change after today. Team Handshake, they all brought this deck. 59%, Maria.
格力级中数，不是红黑中数。说真的，啊，就跟上个标准环境长得一模一样，到底是？
I am here with Magic Hall of Famer Brian Kibler. Brian, what are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I am playing Selesnya counters.
Wow.
To put a lot of +1/+1 counters on my creatures and attack with them once they're huge.
Tell me 3 key cards from your deck.
Ozolith is kind of the name card.
Mechanical
Brawler and interesting enough, Steel Seraph to fly over those.
What's a good matchup and why?
Good matchup is when my opponents don't draw too many cut downs, because then I can kill them.
What's a bad matchup and why?
When my opponents draw too many cut downs, because then I can't kill them.
白绿康特打红黑好打吗？感觉其实看起来不错，其实感觉看起来不错。哦，很普通的拉多斯挖粉，然后对。
What's a good matchup and why?
Esper Legends, we just have a lot of cheap removal and we go over the top of them.
What's a bad matchup?
Mono White, they just have a lot of XR removal as well as sweepers like before.
I'm here with Mike Belfato. Mike, what are we playing this weekend?
说得很好
What does it do? It's Orzhov Toxic and it kills people with
黑白赌。
Tell me 3 key cards in your deck. We have the Skrell.
怎么都有一些奇怪的东西啊？他是故意找这些东西上来。
Our good matchup is Esper Legends because we get under them and I kill all their.
都打艾斯波传奇好打啊，打红黑嘞。
The modern white mid-range deck because they have too many sweepers for my plan.
都打纯白很难打啊，就没几个纯白。
Some of the off-meta decks the pros brought this weekend. Well, we're gearing up for round number 12 here on day 2 of competition.
怪怪的吧？啊，不是你们不是应该要面对更多的红黑跟红蓝黑吗？啊，你们都不把红黑跟红蓝黑当假想敌，是不是怪怪的
？Are truly shaping up to both be greats of the game.
OK, Nathan 打 LSV， 那我要看完 LSV 这一局。
As well, started playing in 2011. Could go back to back to back top 8s here at the PT level. Luis Scott Vargas, one of the best to play the game, Hall of Fame induction in 2013, champion of Pro Tour Berlin, has been playing basically since the game.
肯定是要看完 LSV 这一局的。
All right, Maria, we are going to start with Nathan Stoyer's deck. I just finished talking about this. It is Rakdos mid-range. This is the deck of the tournament.
两只欠左。
And this team Handshake, they brought up
Light up the night.
One of the key cards in the matchup for sure is going to be Graveyard Trespasser. This 3-drop attacking the opponent's graveyard will make it a bit harder for the Grixis Reanimator deck.
正边有狼人的。
They also have this very powerful combo because the name of the game is going over the top of each other. Chandra over there alongside Light Up the Night. Now you see Chandra has that passive ability when you
Light Up the Night deals damage to any target +1 instead of target of flash risk. OK， 所以就是拿来配欠左，然后可以 double 2次。
I'm going to draw attention to Razor Lash Transmogrant. This card is excellent against the strategies, as it's really hard for them.
这就是内战在用的嘛，对，没什么，大家都认识。
Rotten Reunion. This is their bit of tech for the Reanimator matchups. Rotten Reunion.
然后各式各样的
instant speed answer for the graveyard makes it a lot harder for the Grixis deck.
各式各样的克粉，然后可以搭配欠左。
This build of Grixis Reanimator that him and his team brought. The key cards here are going to be inevitably the Cruelty of Gix and the
很控制边呢，这个格里吉挖粉很控制边呢，它不是带满剑士克的那一边，而且也没有 Duris， 也没有你可以就是去走这个转机。Duris 全部都在背牌。
Get duresses out of the graveyard, but also in this matchup, you can just get the invoked despairs from your opponent. Should the game get kind of grindy?
他们
tough matchup for Grixis. Luis has already lost 2.
这是拿来打那个蓝黑看对手2张的那个。 就是你看完我就把它移了，然后看你的。
For Money is the machine. That's right. It used to be Money versus the machine, then Money and the machine, and now it's Money is the machine. He is complete, and it's finally the perfect combination of man and Dell computer from 1980. Money, who is your pick?
Maria, my programming will not let me go again.
亚春下多一种，没错。
All right, Money/the Machine picks Nathan Stoyer to win this round. We'll find out if your programming is correct.
越来越多奇怪的花样噱头了。
Round number 12, I'm going to toss it on over to the booth for more action here from day number 2.
Thank you very much, Maria. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, ready to jump into what is going to be a battle of the ages between Nathan Stoyer and Luis Scott Vargas, the old guard, as it were, and the new reigning world champion, who is on an absolute heater. He cannot be stopped, but if anyone can, Luis Scott Vargas.
Yeah, it's going to be someone.
没错，把这个随便乱约合的小王八蛋给打下来啊！让他知道他约合的行为有多么的愚蠢。
So, you know, Luis is definitely one of those players that has done the same.
Yeah.
Nathan is looking to maybe join the ranks of Luis as someone who has top-8'd 3 premier events in a row. Luis top-8'd 3 Pro Tours in a row back in the day.
Unbelievable.
Nathan trying to do it here this weekend.
Unbelievable stuff. And we did see a bit of controversy over the intentional draw, the desk discussing that just before this matchup. So, you know, that leads a lot of people to start thinking, okay, 11, 4, and 1 might be okay for top 8, but we'll have to wait. We'll have to see how the numbers shake out. And yeah, like Nathan said, you'll either look really smart or a little silly at the end of it. But let's see. If he just keeps winning,
好旧的蓝黑痛。
Easy. Yeah, then the draw is kind of a loss for both player, and then they get there on hard mode. That would be the ultimate flex. But, you know, X4 and 1, a decent shot, or at least possible to make it in as well. So
well, let's get this underway as we have a Blood Tithe Harvester up against Reckoner Bankbuster. For Nathan Stoyer at the bottom of your screen, Rector's mid-range Grixis Reanimator, both of these red and decks. The big bads of the weekend.
总不可能出奇迹吧？出奇迹就是被杀而已。
Yeah, absolutely. Two of the big teams as well, kind of going at it. We see this Rakdos deck, which the numbers are undeniable. You know that we were
就给他了。
bringing up there at the desk. But you know, this Grixis Reanimator is definitely an innovative take on the deck. Team CFB was a little split. You know, they weren't all saying we're playing Rakdos Reanimator like Team Handshake. So that kind of leads me to believe that, you know, Luis's deck is not maybe as perfect as Nathan's is for the event.
没有错啦。 打37
how the win rates shake out, but for the time being, things looking pretty good here as our poor little treasure goblin is cut down. So off to death it goes. But Fable the Mirror Breaker now allowing Nathan.
是不是大家就看右手有没有一张狼人了？
So let's see what gas we can get. Swamp and a Braid in hand, and what does he find at the top? Swamp and Sulphur Springs.
再来块地卸了。
Over the second chapter of the Fable.
Yeah, Nathan definitely flooding a bit there, and Luis not having the, you know, the perfect draw of being able to reanimate here on turn 4, thanks to Fable treasure tokens and Cruelty of Gix. But that invasion of Amonkhet with the Atraxa in the yard, if you're able to deal enough damage to that card, this game could be, you know, over before it begins.
For sure. Atraxa resolving, that's bad news bears for anybody on the receiving end of that. But Blood-Tithe Harvester going to get 3 points of damage in. Nathan Stoyer down to 14. Here comes Fable the Mirror Breaker. So the Goblin is back for some loot.
It's crazy how fast these players are firing off a removal spell.
Now dead.
Exactly. Firing off a removal spell on these Shaman tokens when Fable still leaves around other stuff. Just happy to be 2 for 1 because the card is so good.
Nice. Here comes Shieldred the Apocalypse. She jumps into the Bankbuster and gets smashing here up against Luis Scott Vargas.
Okay, cut down.
Taking care of one of Nathan Stoyer's creatures. Reflection of Kikijiki. Now back in the bin is the Fable.
So there's a big draw step here for Luis. If Luis wants to go for either go for the throat on Shieldred, so you can draw these cards off Fable, or has the option of trying to really
你不是蓝色黑色缺其中一边吗
Yeah, deal with the clear and present danger and shield with the apocalypse.
？OK， 你7张，我抽1张。
And in the bin, and here is the invasion of Amonkhet, and that is going to be Atraxa in disguise.
Yep, Atraxa, the Atali is in the graveyard as well.
那要不要打？打战役，省1颗。对，这个真的超棒的哎，这个它可以变那个，可以变亚吹下，可以变那个，真的很爽。
Alrighty, so the invasion is down to 1 defense.
来，这个 Nathan 什么东西都没有，好丑。
Yeah, this isn't looking super hot for Nathan, and just all gas from Luis Scott Vargas as the battle is flipped.
来了，
4-4, so
目标亚吹下。
as is, but yeah.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。
Courtesy of the graveyard of Luis.
无数瞬间地结界。
The Rakdos style reanimator decks in full effect here. Lazotep converting itself into Atraxa here to draw 4 cards for the low price of 3 mana and 6 damage. Really impressive interaction.
再一个奇奇结界，再下个地。
And have Luis be able to have his mana free. You know, like having this invasion
carry
over its value into the next turn. Can't really be undersold as well.
Yeah, no, Luis is just putting foot here, looking to get this game over and done with ASAP. And we often talk about how fast Luis is at his play. You know,
这边乱打都会赢。
Yep, and I believe this is
来下一把。
for sure here in this.
Oh yeah, ooh, Invoke Despair.
Invoke Despair， 然后呢
It is definitely something to do here for Nathan Stoyer, as he'll be able to
抽1。
get at least a card off of it, get 2 permanents off the battlefield too, land go.
Yeah, the best draw in the deck probably, but still just nowhere near enough power level to be fully caught up in this situation. And there's a Cruelty of Gix off the top. Now Luis is going to have the option of Atraxa number 2 or Atali if it's Dino time.
I hope we see read ahead as
Atali 来，大家翻1张。
It's such a cool mechanic on the sagas. I love that permanent.
直接投了。
Nathan Stoyer has seen enough. So
谢喽。
2 we go. Now post sideboard. Which deck gets better here in this matchup?
哦，他没有下掉那个纳西利扫哎。
You have other hand disruption spells that you can pair with Nathan's aggressive draws, where you can really put Luis in a rough spot.
这没什么好看的。
Does really rely on non-creature cards, so going up to 4 duress is going to be awesome, and you still have graveyard trespasser and stuff to interact with the graveyard. So definitely Nathan, but Luis's deck is still excellent here.
Well, game's underway. Nathan Stoyer
挑1只。
attempting an attack with the Blood Tithe Harvester, but that is dealt with swiftly by Luis Scott Vargas.
Okay, so we have Liliana here as well as a land, but it's slightly awkward when you're paired up against the strategy because Luis doesn't have
不是很想要叫莉莉哎。
some way to discard a gigantic creature.
先丢 risk 看看。
Yep.
专辑吧。
Instead of being mana efficient and having Liliana, Nathan really
感觉没什么理由不掉专辑。哦，双方都掉度1次。
So Duress gonna take a look in the hand, find the Cruelty of Gix, a couple lands, go for the Throat, and Nahiri's Warcrafting.
What a cool card.
That card has been pretty sweet.
Really sweet, especially with Invasion, where Warcraft gets you, not only destroys it straight away, but you're able to at least reveal the top card, and if it's a land and you haven't played one yet, you get extra value off it already. So, yeah, really strong card in this deck.
Yeah, it's super sweet, and you know, if you really are desperate, you can just kill a 1 toughness thing and then go dig even further.
这边没有要吃血吗？
Yeah, late game if you top
这个欠卓看起来不太有用哎。
and you can like cast a shield right off of it or something.
这个莉莲娜看起来也有点危险哎。
Super well designed card, so no surprise to see it here.
不太敢做家的莉莲娜呢。
There's a rotten reunion that you mentioned off the sideboard, so the instant speed interruption for the reanimation strategy.
抓到第2张 Duress 了吗？
But the one thing that's a problem is no land, so the blood is
先吃血。
probably getting rid of Liliana. Liliana is really good in
莉莉
some
不要了，
situations.
确实，
Not really in a reanimator.
真的是不敢打，不敢做啊。
But the land pickup there was great.
哦，抽到放逐的那个了。
Land drops, it's super important here. You know,
Good.
Marshall and Paul, I think we're talking about it yesterday. The person to do the big dumb thing first usually wins. So.
That's put so elegantly as well. Yeah.
We like big dumb things. I mean, come on.
Yep. And there's
来，黑照线，抽3张。
Casual 6 damage, love it.
And draw 3 was excellent. And I believe, Ailey, we just saw the beautiful combination of a Light Up the Night and Chandra in hand. So
可以继续无脑推。无脑拍欠左吗？
So a very reactive hand at the moment. Here comes Chandra.
And Chandra is going to
来了。
here. Luis does have access to some counter
加
spells.
1。
Luis is playing Grixis, where normally you would play like Make Disappear in the deck, but when you're playing a Tali, where you can flip over your own counter spells, it ends up not being very good.
5张，哇，什么都没有。什么都没有。一张巫术瞬间都没有，这也太衰了吧！
Things looking really, really good here for the defending.
直接打下一把了，
And that's going to be
解不掉。
That's enough. You know, just flooded in advantage.
Yeah, these two goats just really playing close games so far. Really playing close games. All right, looks like Luis did mulligan to 6 here.
It kind of felt like you ever seen those slap fights.
SV 调度了。
I have. Yes.
2张照线，一个奇奇。
Good old fist fight here between
Yeah,
these
there
two
we
players.
go. There we go.
Oh man.
每次看起来打超快的，赞啊！
Definitely.
没错，5回再来。
There we go. Picks up the hand of 4 lands, 2
禁止
invokes.
加速。
So if Nathan can fill that curve, this is a great hand. But if not, if you don't do anything until turn 5, it's not ideal. But on the flip side, Luis does not have a very, great
He's not
hand
doing much either. Yeah, it's
and no red
land
either.
go. Yeah. It's not looking hot for Luis.
快递
He's the last chance, Margaret. That's
换人。
nice.
哎，哦，这是这一只。
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now that guy can put you on clock real quick, but Reckoner Bankbuster, that's a great card to find.
Great top deck as well. 1 turn behind, but still plenty fine.
Not too shabby. Fable in hand now for Luis too.
Oh.
So still no red mana like you mentioned though. Has to find
SV 没有红。
source, please.
And another
抽一张。
curve filler there for Nathan, which is
好像还是没有红，而且还没有地。
Land at all.
哇！
That is brutal.
看这个 Nathan 今天是真低奶啊！
Harvester getting in there. 6 points of damage. This is an incredibly quick clock here for Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy. Go for the throat. Has got some work to do here.
Just,
Bankbuster.
I think Nathan is basically thinking, okay, what is the best card I could possibly draw, and summons it to the top of the library. Outside of Fable the Mirror Breaker on turn 3 there.
哦，终于又红了，
Exactly what you would want.
Storm Carve.
又红了，人都要没了。
So we got the Blood Tide Harvester, we have a blocker, and we also have the Go for the Throat to be able to deal with one of these creatures.
Now Nathan has double invoke for the next 2 turns.
Unbelievable.
Oh, and maybe Chandra too, why not?
Goodness, I think the game might be over before Chandra makes an appearance,
Yeah.
honestly.
No kidding. Or it's going to be that final blow, like take 5 to the face to finish this off, because even this invoke, you can animate.
4 at the moment.
Yeah, you can animate Bankbuster or whatever, but yeah, you're still taking 4. So double invoke plus Chandra is enough damage straight away. Nathan just needs the time to do so.
吃了啥？回应大仔。
See a sacrifice here, get this blocker out the way. In response, the crew. So before its dying breath is it's going to crew up that Bankbuster. There's a creature. Where do we go from
有下地黑道线的选项吗？它有传奇地，黑道线。
It's not super telling if that is sacrificed.
抽一
But
张
it。looks like, yeah, you Bankbuster to draw a card and then
打
take
4
a
剩
ton of
7，
down to 7 for Luis.
打4剩3，
Jeez.
死了。
That
哎，
was blitzingly fast. Nathan Stoyer just
好扯哦！干他妈的 LSB 怎么没有给这小王八蛋一个教训？
unbelievable stuff.
奶一奶就倒了。
Nathan had his hand picked apart there at the early stages of the game with that duress for the Fable, which really bridged the gap from 3 to 5 for Invoke. and you know, was left with no real medium plays. Drew a couple 2-drops off the top at a timely spot, and it was just too much for Luis.
回家喽，没有啦，不至于啦。
Speed down does it again, friends, and we're going to see plenty more of that after this break. So don't go anywhere.
这样就回家也太快了。来看一下 Red Duke 是不是要回家了？我的推曲怎么卡住了 ？Hello, baby. OK， 好，重置完就好了。看，原本是想说看个一局的，他妈又有 Red Duke 了，看，只好再看一局了。一定是把 Red Duke 看完了吧？不知道为什么，我觉得我的声音听起来怪怪的。重新整理一下好了。OK， 回来啦。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are in day 2 of competition. It is the standard portion of the event, and things are off to a blazingly quick start already as we just saw Luis Scott Vargas and Nathan Stoyer duke it out. And speaking of Duke, he's our next feature.
Nice transition.
Oh, thank you.
That was
Look
real
at me.
good.
You'd swear I was a professional or something. Reed Duke, our reigning Pro Tour
Alan
champion
Wu
from
这个也是
Phyrexia, is up
我
against
记得他
Alan
好像
Wu,
是
Pro Tour 25th anniversary
有台湾血统的
as well.
样子
Very
哦，
orange.
好像是台裔美国人的样子。
At 8-3. Now we watched Reed Duke yesterday. Didn't have the best start in the draft round, starting at 0-2, but rallied back now. He's 8-3. Still looking good.
You know, that's one person I've watched Reed play Magic for, you know, basically my entire career, and he's one of the most non-frazzled Magic players I've ever seen. Keeps an even keel, never gets tilted really.
No, not at all.
Or at least if he does, he keeps it to himself very well. So he's an incredible player to watch his composure at the highest level.
Yeah, no, absolute excellent Magic player. One of the best. Hall of Famer.
Hey,
I was like, so world champ next? He's like, well, no, maybe.
Exactly.
So we'll see. As that is something that players are looking forward to, but for now their focus is on the Pro Tour March of the Machine here this weekend. Getting things underway here. Good old Blood Tithe Harvester and Bankbuster on the board, followed up by Fable the Mirrorbreaker, something you're going to see lots of this weekend as the most played decks.
Absolutely, and Reed didn't necessarily have the biggest vote of confidence when he came into this deck with this, tournament with this deck. Gave himself a 2 out of 10 as far as how much he liked his deck.
Wow.
Going into this tournament, but you know this has
换
still
我
been a
也
really
琪
strong
琪，
deck.
大家都
We saw
琪
Jim
琪。
Davis go 5-0 yesterday with the exact 75, and it's just doing a little bit more over-the-top things than traditional Rakdos decks with the really powerful combination of Chandra, Hope Beacon, and Breach the Multiverse.
Yeah. You know, when these players are assessing the metagame, there's always the question of, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
What do we do to beat what's currently being done? And this has been the reanimation
看起来跟先去有8、7把像。
massive beaters out of the graveyard and stealing your opponent's stuff while you're at it.
Yeah, absolutely, and tested with Luis Scott Vargas, who we just saw on a little bit different version. Unlike this Rakdos mid-range deck that we've been seeing from Team Handshake, they're not really all consensus thinking which version's best. And Reed decided to go against Luis Scott Vargas on this deck choice.
I can imagine it's difficult to get a big team of players to all agree on something, you know, especially when it's like, you know, 12 to 20 players in a team.
Exactly, and some people just have their individual preference on style of decks, so yeah, very rare do, you know, from experience on some of these testing teams that we've all been on one deck. And if we are, it's usually a really, really strong deck.
I love the one thing that Reed Duke said in an interview with Cedric yesterday. It's like, oh, well, Fable the Mirror Breaker, that's the first 4 cards, it's the other, you know.
那是肯定的，奇袭结界永远第神。
Totally agree. I mean, that's how I would have approached this event as well.
Okay, that's the starting point. Let's get Malans in.
哎，
Oh, invoke despair. Courtesy of the treasure there from the little goblin.
居然有放 Big Score， 又有放黑道线，还蛮少见的。
Couple of them and deal some damage to Alan Wu. He's down to 11 already.
And Reed made a conscious decision there to harvest.
看 Reduke 这该不会是什么？我全都要套牌。他等下要是跳出一张亚速下，我也不是很惊讶。
That leads me to believe that Reed just wanted some more cards. Maybe didn't have the best follow-up after this.
对，他等一下那个 Big Score 升2个珍宝，然后那个叫亚吹一下，我哇哦！
Game 1 over and done with here.
Yep, and this is a much more traditional list from Alan Wu that we've seen from Grix's mid-range before. The old 4 Invoke Despair, 3 Make Disappear, as well as a couple one-ofs here and there like Blade Coil Serpent, but really your more vanilla style deck that we've been seeing for a while. Alan Wu definitely just wants to have a little bit of agency on the draws and be able to interact at all stages of the curve.
Certainly not as much spice as we've seen in a couple of the other
not really,
red-black-based decks.
对手脸上没有解吗？那有点难玩哦。
Yep, in Legacy, so maybe not the spiciest deck, but a very efficient one at that.
If it gets the job done, you're not going to complain about what you played.
And it did indeed do that, so he's very comfortable playing in this.
第2张奇袭结界。
Another Fable the Mirror Breaker down to join its goblin-y friends.
张。
Drawing some cards here from Alan Wu. Another counter off of the Bankbuster. Really needs something here to get himself back into this game, but at the moment it looks like Reed Duke is just running away with game 1 of this matchup.
One card to look out for, Alan Wu does have 1 Brotherhood's End in the main deck. That would be excellent here, but yeah, outside of that, Shieldred or something to come back and
他有什么兄弟阋墙之类的少吗？真的有。
Brotherhood's End, you called it.
All right.
Wow, you see
这个是不是有人会说啊？
Professionals over here, I guess.
对。
That was a huge exchange here.
啊，会少诶。
No Bankbuster on his side, so just pop something in and keep smacking. So he's gonna have to rebuild a little bit here. Oh, a braid.
拆了车子。
To see, okay, so that just screams to me. I have a make.
没有回应抽。
If you're Alan Wu, like otherwise you're drawing a card for sure. So
没有回应抽哦。
wary if he does have the powerful 7 drop here, Breach. That you know you can't really fire it off too easily.
Yeah. Great play there by Reed.
没错，没有回应抽就只有这个人间消失。
Discard and drawing, courtesy of Chapter 2 of the Fable of Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, I would expect something.
可是有地的话就很多了。
6 mana available, playing something like Shieldred here, not walking into it. But you never know. Alan Wu is such a special player as well that it could easily be within his range to not sacrifice it. Thinking Reed will think I have Make Disappear. You know, the constant levels of these top-level professionals.
You know, when you're at this level, you're not always just focusing on your game plan. You always have to make your opponent do the thing you want them to do.
Yes, exactly.
我不抽，让对手以为我有。
But these players know it all too well.
Walk in the dog.
人间消失，
Walk your opponent.
然后我就会绕着2费。直接升2只咒人。
Got it. Okay, Sokenzen just cycling. That's not going to get interactive with at all.
你以为我手牌有吗？没有东西可以给你扛。
Pressure, you know, quote unquote pressure, a make disappear in these scenarios.
他当一只哦。
Present damage
这么吵的。
to Alan Wu to the point where Alan has to start killing the creatures. And then maybe tap out and not have make disappear available. Looks like what Reed is trying to do in this situation.
cut short, limiting the damage. So just 1 point delivered to Alan Wu there. Big draws now here for him as he wants to try and get back into this, just get a foothold and start fighting back here against Reed Duke.
Yeah, and a reminder, these players are at 8-3 with 5 rounds to go. So to lock that up, you got to win 4 out of 5 here. So no easy task, but starting off with a loss here, you know, and then losing 1 more round throughout the last 5 rounds of constructed puts you in a rough spot.
来，继续小子偷你，生气。
1 more point of damage delivered to Alan Wu. I'm waiting for something big from Alan's side. I can feel it. Something's coming.
Yeah.
慢慢偷，慢慢偷。
Prioritizing casting spells and basically setting aside 2 mana for a counter spell and seeing what you can cast for the rest. So something like if we get to 7 mana, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Invoke Despair fired off with a counter spell available.
Sounds like a good plan. Using his life as a resource, just taking a couple points of damage. Has to be wary now, though, of Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. He needs to remove this, otherwise whatever is landing
看不到 Red Duke 的手牌。
Yep, absolutely. Something large here. Looks like a 4-drop.
Shieldred.
OK， Shieldred
hits the battlefield with 2 mana available.
可以躲一下。
What is as close to a face-up make disappear as you can get?
躲一下人形消失。
Man, is it even worth it to fire it off now, or is it just a card just hanging out?
To just sack a treasure, probably not worth it. You know, in this situation, unless Alan does have 2 make disappears, then it is definitely worth thinking about.
Okay. Just a pause here from the players.
我这边只要随便有一张杀就行了。
Sure, sure.
That'd be a cute play.
Oh, that'd be pretty sweet. There's no getting out of that one. That's a Shieldred off the board.
That's right. 3 cards asked and told from Reed.
Alrighty, Alan, what you got?
Big think about this Shieldred, and you know, rightfully so. There's a lot of big things that get put on the stack when Shieldred comes into play. One of the most powerful cards in Standard.
So Shieldred on the stack here still, I believe. Alan deciding what to do about it.
Okay,
之前有杀，卡当杀琪琪，死了。 有没有指示咽喉？没有指示咽喉，上5。
Alan is playing 4 of those, which is exactly what you would fire.
要死啦！救命啊！
Before the damage is dealt, definitely.
And another card that would be phenomenal here, if it wasn't for this Sokenzin that was channeled, would be Invoke Despair. Just deal with Shieldred like that. But
just get off the board immediately. But alas, that's not going to be the case. Nothing in hand of Alan Wu's. Nothing in Alan Wu's hand, I should say. So yeah, just a pretty clean victory there in the first game for Reed Duke. So game number 2, post-board time. Similar situation to the game we just watched, or what do you think?
Pretty similar. Usually the Reanimator style decks are the ones that don't change that much when it comes to these kind of Rakdos pseudo mirrors here. But from Alan Wu, you have more negates if you want to bring that in for cruelties. You have some extra duresses, an extra bank buster, and some disdainful strokes. So I bet Alan Wu's deck is going to get a little bit more blue.
A little bit more blue.
A little bit more blue.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
没错，红黑打格力机就是会被扛得乱七八糟的。
Invoke Despair takes on a whole new meaning if this doesn't go as
更多的抽牌。
post board, but kicking things off nicely as we see Reckoner Bankbuster hit.
讨一张花青出来，让庄家赢他100块。
In the 75 as a straightaway answer to this. Otherwise, you know, you really just have to let it do its course here. And just a tap land as a follow-up here leads me to believe that Reed would have a cut down in play. That's what I would be thinking if you start Swamp into tap land, or you just drew it. One of the 2.
Gonna draw some cards here for Alan, so getting himself.
一回下找着手上就是高几率卡档嘛。
Love to see it for Reed Duke.
然后1点黑这边没事，所以手上没卡档，那有机会认不到这一点法力。 有机会。
But it definitely means Alan didn't have blue mana plus make disappear available as well. So every decision like this, these players really focus on because you bleed information throughout every single game of Magic when it comes to standard.
再抽一张吗？
Such valuable skill
好，
to
再
have
抽一
another
张。
main phase draw off the bank buster. So what?
没事，还没有快递前都不怕。
Heard the word discard.
哇！
Yeah, that really, you know,
卡地啦！抽了5张了还卡地。
Unfortunate for Alan Wu.
And now what this could mean for Reed, I saw a Tali in hand at the start of the hand, almost assuredly going to the yard. If there's cruelty and a land, that could have been the case. Looks
没
like
错，把卡档弃了。你知道，我知道，独眼龙也知道手上有一张卡档。
It's just the cut down. You called it as well. Getting discarded. Here comes 2 points of damage. The treasure being created. Where do we go from here? Land.
感觉就是有第2张气
5
气。
mana to work with. But for now,
直
just
接拆了。
on the draw engine and a bank.
趁你卡地要你命。
There for Alan Wu. Can he find a land?
有没有地
into this matchup?
And most importantly, abrading that before it's able to create the treasure,
Yeah,
which would unlock blue mana.
哦，有地了，有地了。
Shivan Reeve puts a little hope in this game here for Alan Wu.
Yeah. Okay. So we got
有
blue
地
mana.
啦。
That's great news for Alan Wu.
血税，哦，风花仙石
In
拆。
response to the abrade from Reed Duke. So both bank busters.
Been busted.
Yeah, super busted.
All right, I
过来。
believe I did see the Atali when Reed flashed his hands right away. Not 100%, but if it is there, 5 mana plus that Shaman attack will make it available to be cast. Now, Reed probably won't jam that into a deck that's going to have 5 possible counter spells for it right now with 2 Disdainful Stroke and make disappear.
Before attacks even go for the throats, so get out of there. No ramping for you.
And that still does the same thing. That still counters Atali in a way because it makes it just uncastable if you don't have that extra treasure.
修蕊。
Just 4 mana.
哦 ，big score， 7抽2。
Reed Duke said those words quite a bit at the last Pro Tour. Pairing is it creativity with big score. Said, you know what?
这 big score 从上次 PT 留到现在，同一张。
Decided to play that card once again, thanks to Seth Manfield and his deck building.
You're going to see a Blood Tithe Harvester post big score. So things looking very good here indeed. Another Brotherhood's End for Alan Wu would be excellent just to keep control of these creatures. But there might be a big old dinosaur come stomping if there was a glass of water on Alan's table.
这边敢 tap out 就会被7点的那个恐龙，或是牙推下，on 一个不要的。
Definitely been putting a lot of ripples in people's win rates, that's for sure. When you cast that card, it has a rippling effect on the first number of your record, I must say.
真的是最爱欸。
All right, here, the door is open for Atali.
哇！
We're gonna see a big old dinosaur. I think so, friend. Yep.
来了，
Italy
大家一起翻。
comes smashing its way through.
哇哦！ 武士好爽，没事，就只是个武士。那77要复制了吗？
Oh boy, Alan, wow. This is just unlucky draws. The top of the deck just adding insult to injury here now too, but I mean, what are you going to do against a big old dinosaur?
Exactly, and no fault to Alan's keep. We didn't get to see exactly what it was, but it was almost assuredly 2 land and a bank buster, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, you know, you can draw through, find your lands, your colors, get that sorted, but he's like...
copy 一个，哎，杀了，没错。来打3，
making copies.
15。
Dealing some beats. Oh, gross. You could even copy a Tali if you wanted. That's...
救命啊！
Legendary. Yeah, oh, that would be incredible.
Always make that mistake. No, you cannot copy the dinosaurs.
干还给你扣爱得了？
Absolutely not. But
oh boy,
you can get somewhat
扣吸血鬼就已经很爽了，好不好？
The treasures are gone. Those are bloods instead. So not really looking to flip it for a while.
不得不说 ，Duke 这一把也是奶等大力啊。
these creatures when there's multiple creatures with core toughness or higher.
Yeah.
So Brotherhood's End, which is only one of in the main, will only deal with 3
much.
creatures, but not the ones that matter.
Not at all.
Ooh.
4 toughness.
2
being
Invoke
pretty
Despairs to the yard.
Oh, Alan, man, that is so rough. But Reed Duke just delivering the beats there and getting the job done in a clean 2-0 against his opponents. So Reed Duke, another person who just never seems to lose. He just keeps winning and winning.
Really doesn't. You know, Reed Duke coming back from that 0-2 start. So that does mean a couple of things, that if Reed doesn't get to 12 wins, his breakers cannot be good. You know, when you start 0-2, your breakers are going to be really bad. So Reed will probably need to hit those 12 wins, which will mean a 3-1 record or better here for the reigning world champion.
Just keep your fate in your own hands. Get the 12 wins going.
好啦，我们在看了 Reduke 精彩的奶了一局之后，好啦，这个完全没有兴趣了。那今天就开到这边吧。那讲一下，明天是11点开始。对，明天8强是11点开始，那应该是会看到完啦。明天的话，那我们今天就到这。